Welcome to the Crypto Hotline, the only customer support in the entire crypto space. Not really, but sometimes it feels like that. Today, I wanted to do something a little different. This is the first episode of the Crypto Hotline, and along with the Q&As that I always do, I do want to touch on a very important topic, especially for the channel here that a lot of you were asking about, and that is the ban on crypto wallets that Google recently announced. Now, there technically is a ban, but there are some caveats to this ban, and that's exactly what we're going to break down in this live stream. Of course, if you have any questions along the way, not just about the ban, but about crypto security or anything like that, go ahead, drop it in the chat, and I will get to those once we get through what's going on with this ban. Also, there is some Labor Day sales that I want to talk about. So I'll mention those sales later on. And, if you're looking for a new cold wallet, then maybe you could take advantage of those sales. So let's see here. All right. So yeah, let's just jump right into it. Let me get my thing going on here. Turn down the music. Okay, so yeah, the last live stream, a lot of you were asking me about the Google Play Store ban on crypto wallets. Now, they did come out, or they did announce this, I believe it was around August 13th, that they were banning crypto wallets in 15 jurisdictions. And of course, that includes the US and the EU, where a lot of people use these crypto wallets. Yeah, and a lot of people were not happy with this announcement for obvious reasons. And it scared a lot of people because, well, if you watch this channel, you probably use a crypto wallet. And when the announcement first came out, it was apparently it was for both custodial and non-custodial wallets. And if you don't know what that is, I'll get into that in a second. But basically, that would cover all crypto wallets and all crypto exchanges. So whether you use something like Coinbase or something like Trust Wallet or something like Tangem, that's what this ban included. And basically what it required was, these apps or these companies who create these apps would have to register with FinCEN as a money services business, which basically means they, handle transactions. Along with a bunch of other things that they would have to do, which ultimately just makes it really difficult for these companies to put out an app in a timely manner and without having to spend a bunch of money, right? So this was directly from the Google Play Store, and it was kind of, talking about what they were banning, and it was cryptocurrency exchanges and software wallets. So the purchase, holding, or exchange of cryptocurrencies should be conducted through certified services in regulated jurisdictions. Basically, they're saying that these apps that are providing these services need to be playing by the rules. Otherwise, Google's not going to offer them on their app store. Now, as far as I know, this was only for the Google Play Store. This doesn't apply to, Apple's App Store. Well, I think it does, but the announcement specifically was for Google Play. And this is like the requirements basically for these apps, and what it would mean for apps that would need to be this is what they would have to do to be on the App Store. They would have to implement anti-money laundering laws or things that would attain to that, and that would include things like suspicious activity reports. So like crypto exchanges right now, or at least the ones that play by the rules, anytime there's like suspicious transactions, maybe the crypto was stolen or, the project was reported as a scam, they have to file a suspicious activity report with, regulators like FinCEN. And along with that would come obviously KYC, know your customer. So basically it would require these apps or the companies that make these apps to collect all of our information and to know basically every single thing that we're doing. That would include like our full names, addresses, social security numbers, all that good stuff. And then also they would have to get a state transmitter license or something similar. And this process, if you're just starting it from scratch, can take anywhere from 6 to 18 months, maybe even more. So, it would take a lot longer to get these apps out. And it also would require millions of dollars in funding and legal fees. So ultimately, this ban would just make it extremely difficult for crypto wallet apps to exist. Now, maybe like the current apps would have a better chance because they probably have more capital to, to cover these legal fees and things like that. But for any new crypto wallets, like there's some new ones like the Rider One wallet, for example, it would make it very difficult for those companies to even exist, at least on the App Store, right? I guess not outside of the App Store, but it would be difficult for them to get their app on the App Store because they would have to go through all these things. And yeah, make sure you're dropping your questions and comments in the chat. I will get to all of them once we get through what this ban kind of entails. So obviously, when they announced this on August 13th, there was some backlash. Here you have Jack, who was, the creator of Twitter. He just reposted the Rage, who originally announced that the Google Play Store was enforcing this ban on wallets. And Jack just said terrible, which, as you can see, it got a lot of attention, 511,000 views. That's quite a bit of people to see this post. So Google had no choice but to respond. And this is what they said. Google said, "Thanks for flagging this. Non-custodial wallets are not in the scope of Google's Play cryptocurrency exchanges and software wallets policy. We are updating the Help Center to make this clear." Now, if you know anything about crypto exchanges and software wallets, this is kind of confusing because a lot of software wallets like MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Exodus, whatever it may be, are non-custodial wallets. So it's like, okay, are they banned or are they not banned, right? But I think you could also classify like a crypto exchange app as a software wallet app. So. And then they came out with an official announcement that Google confirms non-custodial wallets are exempt from the crypto app rules on the Play Store. Now, even though they're exempt, I still had a couple of questions, which I'll get to here in a minute. But before that, I just want to show you. So this is what we're looking at here. So custodial wallets are what falls under this ban. Now, this doesn't mean that any custodial wallet that exists is instantly banned. All it means is that they have to play by these rules, right? They have to report suspicious activity to FinCEN. They have to be registered. They have to have all these AML and KYC processes implemented in their companies. And most, tier one crypto exchanges, which are basically the most popular crypto exchanges, already have this. But to be clear, custodial wallets, which are the ones that fall under this ban, are basically any centralized crypto exchange. So some examples are Coinbase, Kraken, Uphold, Robinhood, Binance, Gemini, Crypto.com, Caleb and Brown. These are all in the scope of this ban because they provide, financial services and things like that. Now, here's what are exempt from the ban, and this is, what a lot of people are worried about. Any non-custodial wallets. Non-custodial meaning that you as a user own the key. So those are wallets like Tangem, Ledger, MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Trezor, OneKey. Basically, any hardware wallet is going to be exempt from this ban, the app at least. So that's good news. That doesn't affect our cold wallets. Really, it just affects the crypto exchanges. But why are cold wallets exempt? Well, ultimately, you can't ban the blockchain. The blockchain is where all crypto exists, and it's completely decentralized. So there's not one, there's not one place or one computer that's hosting the blockchain. It's in most cases thousands of nodes or thousands of computers that are spread all across the world. That's kind of the point of decentralization, right? You can't just shut down a server and close down the blockchain. But some reasons why custodial wallets are exempt are because ultimately they don't actually hold any funds. Like, your Tangem wallet, your Ledger wallet, they don't hold any crypto. They don't hold any money. The only thing they hold are the keys that are used to access and manage your crypto on the blockchain. So it's kind of like a little gray area, but that does mean that they're exempt. Also, non-custodial wallets, again, cold wallets, they're user controlled. They're not controlled by a centralized entity or anything like that. You control your wallet. I control my wallet. We authorize our own transactions and things like that. Also, cold wallets are not money transmitters. So they facilitate transactions, but they don't actually process payments. Like when you do something in your cold wallet, whether you're sending crypto or you're swapping crypto, your cold wallet device and the cold wallet app is not actually processing any payments. For like swaps and things like that, it's using a third-party exchange. So it's going to be using a crypto exchange or, in some cases, a decentralized crypto exchange. So even though those exchanges could be affected by the ban, since the Tangem app, for example, isn't actually facilitating any or processing any payments, it doesn't fall under this ban. And again, you just can't ban the blockchain. The basic functions of any cold wallet, like sending and receiving crypto, those functions alone rely on blockchain technology, right? Even if the company stopped providing support for the app, like the apps don't rely on the company's servers for these basic functions, really just sending and receiving crypto. So even if the company shut down, like Tangem is a popular one that people ask about. What if Tangem shuts down and the app ceases to exist? Well, the basic functions will always still work because again, they rely on the blockchain. They don't rely on Tangem servers or anything like that. Let's see here. Okay. But that made me question what would happen if non-custodial wallet apps were banned from the Google Play Store, or let's just say worst case scenario that it was banned from both the Google Play and the Apple App Store. This is in theory, but this is kind of a couple scenarios that I would see happening, or just some side effects of what would come from that, which is always possible. Obviously, it would raise a barrier to entry. Like cold wallets as they exist today are already not the most user-friendly thing. So just imagine if all these apps like Tangem, Ledger Live, Trezor Suite, the One Key app, imagine if all these apps weren't available to download directly from the App Store. That'd probably scare off a lot of people because the App Store is pretty simple to use. You just search for the app, you press download, and that's it. This would also discourage self-custodial storage. So a lot of people would probably, go back to storing their crypto on centralized crypto exchanges where they don't actually control their crypto or even own their crypto, and the exchange does, which is, I'm against that on this channel for a lot of reasons. But ultimately, it just comes back to control. If you're not self-custodying your crypto, you don't actually own it or control it. I guess like one positive thing that could come out of this though is it could accelerate the adoption of truly decentralized applications. And a decentralized application, just like the blockchain, it wouldn't rely on one centralized entity or like one point of failure. You couldn't just shut it down. It would be, it'd be decentralized, and no one would be able to just come in and block it like they could with a centralized app. But also, this would push a lot of us to download our crypto wallet apps from less secure sources, because the App Store and the Google Play Store, they have a lot of security practices in place. Like, there's a lot of things you have to do to get your app on the App Store. And this is really just for security reasons, so you're not downloading like some malicious app. Now, that doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but it's just less likely to happen. So if we weren't able to have non-custodial apps on the App Store, that would mean that we'd have to download it, maybe from third-party websites, or really it would be from the wallet manufacturer's website, which we already do, like Ledger Live, for example. If you download Ledger Live onto your computer, you do it from Ledger's website. You don't do it from the App Store. Or same with Trezor Suite, right? You do it from the website. But I just think it would open up more opportunities to trick people and to scam people, because if the norm is, you download your cold wallet app from a website, then you could start tricking people into visiting fake websites and downloading fake wallet apps, which could lead to various types of scams. So I think that would be like probably the biggest concern, is not having a trusted platform to download the app from, which would ultimately lead to people, potentially downloading more malicious apps. But ultimately, if that happened, if Google Play and even the App Store banned non-custodial wallet apps, again, Tangem, Ledger Live, Trezor Suite, the apps would still work. The Google Play Store and the Apple App Store, it's just a platform to download apps. Just because an app isn't available on those platforms doesn't mean that you can't use it. So again, you just wouldn't be able to download it from the App Store. You would have to download it from the company's website or something like that, which again just comes with its own risks. But ultimately, if there was a ban on non-custodial wallet apps, they would still work. You just wouldn't be able to get them on the app stores. So it's kind of the silver lining there. That said, I think non-custodial wallets are still the future, and this exemption from this ban kind of proves that. Just because you can't really ban them ultimately. If Google Play decided to ban all the non-custodial wallet apps, a lot of you who watch this channel, you would still be using your cold wallet because you believe in securing your own funds and not your keys, not your crypto. And I don't think that's going away. And a simple app store ban isn't going to stop us from securing our own crypto and securing the keys to our crypto. And unlike centralized exchanges, you remain in full control, which has always been the case. And that's why I'm a huge believer in self-custodial wallets, specifically cold wallets, because you want to be able to control your keys. That way you don't have crypto exchanges freezing your funds and locking your account, which happens to thousands of people every single day. It's happened to me. It's happened to, thousands of you on the channel who have left comments on my videos. If you keep your crypto on a crypto exchange, then it's not in your control. And that's what it comes down to. That said, so that's kind of the ban. Make sure you drop any questions or comments about the ban or anything. This is a live Q&A, so if you have just any questions about using a wallet or choosing a wallet, crypto security, everything goes. I just wanted to cover the crypto wallet ban because I know a lot of you were asking about it. But ultimately, if you're using any of these cold wallets, you're still good to go. The App Store still offers these apps. They're not affected. So that's all good news. That said, today is Labor Day. Hopefully a lot of you are relaxing. This is the only sale that I've seen from any cold wallets. And I just saw this like a few minutes before this live stream started. So this is news to me, but Tangem is offering 20% off your entire order. You have to use 2 codes. The first code is my code, Cyberskrilla. And then you enter the next code, which is Labor Day. And both of those codes are 10% off. And then you get 20% off your order. You also get free shipping if your order is over $89. So you can get free shipping as well. And let me see. I'm just going to bring up a banner here. So yeah, just use those 2 codes at checkout, Cyberskrilla and Labor Day, and that'll get you 20% off your entire order. And I'll just leave this little banner running down here just so we are aware of that. Okay. But yeah, that's about it. So yeah, any questions you have, make sure you're dropping them in the chat. I'm definitely going to get to those. And I will bring them up on screen so that we can see what we're talking about. Crypto guy. Tangem Wallet has not been banned yet from Google. Exactly. Again, all the cold wallet apps are going to be safe. Give me 1 second here. Hmm. Okay. Or let me know if the music's too loud, but I just want a little something in the background. The second mouse DRM said, is it for non-custodial wallets? Again, originally it seemed like the ban was for non-custodial wallets, but Google confirmed that it is not. Born Bad said, I never signed into Google just as a guest. That doesn't really matter for this ban. The ban is basically for any crypto exchange. Doesn't matter if you use Google or not. They still have to play by the rules. LT Man is checking in from Chicago. What's up, my friend? Alan says, if you're chatting on here, you are signed into Google. Again, it doesn't matter if you're signed into Google. Really, this would affect anyone who uses like an Android device, which means you get your apps from the App Store. But again, like any crypto exchange that's operating in the US is already playing by these rules. So they're already good, right? Coinbase, Binance, or I don't know, I guess not Binance, but Coinbase, Gemini, Kraken, Robinhood, all these apps are already signed up. They already do KYC, they already do AML procedures. So nothing is going to happen with them because they're already playing by the rules. What's with the annoying music? If the music's too loud, definitely let me know. But I don't think it's too loud. I think it's good now. Dragos, few example banned wallets plead, and what if Tangem get banned? Also, how will this affect Tangem? So I did already cover this. I think I already answered your question. But yeah, if Google Play decided to ban like cold wallet apps like Tangem, basically that would just mean you wouldn't be able to download the app from the App Store. You'd have to do it from their website. And this could introduce other risks like scammers tricking users into going to fake websites and downloading a fake app, or just like a fake website where they ask you to generate a seed phrase or something, and that's the seed phrase you use in your wallet. Something stupid like that would ultimately compromise your crypto. Ace K said, dang. Michael says, turn the music off. Again, if the music is too distracting, let me know, but I do have it on low. Chef Crypto says, thoughts on Seed Sign or other stateless wallets? Any advice on seed backup when going stateless? I don't have a lot of experience with something like Seed Signer, so I don't have a lot to comment on. So yeah, I'm sorry about that. Kurt Flirt says, the problem is that they've been long wanting to centralize crypto, like with stocks, and this is a start. Which comes next? Yeah, exactly. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, they say it's about protecting users. They don't want people transacting with drug money or like any criminal kind of money through these exchanges. Obviously, and then you have like scammers who steal a bunch of money. The exchanges have the power to freeze funds. So like if someone, hacks a crypto exchange and steals $1 billion, and then they try to use a different crypto exchange to off-ramp that money and turn it back into cash, these exchanges have the ability to freeze those funds and also to track those people because of their, KYC things. But it also does include a lot of control. At the end of the day, it is all about control. They want to know our every move. They want a paper trail. And like things like KYC and AML laws and things like that make it easier to track us. So Bitcoin Barber, what's going on? Curio Comics says Google needs to be broken up. They have too much control of media. I mean, there's always going to be someone in control of the media. That's just how the world works. That said, I think AI could disrupt Google. I'm sure Google, is working hard on AI, but I think when there's shifts in technology, like something as big as AI, I think that's where an even bigger player could come in and take over. So JD says trading with VPN on has been an issue for some time on certain exchanges. I actually covered this in my last live stream and in my last video. So crypto exchanges like Coinbase have admitted that signing into a crypto exchange account while using a VPN could actually flag their system. And then they could potentially freeze your funds or lock your account. And this is because a lot of criminals and scammers use VPNs to hide their locations. So, I mean, it's kind of up to you, but you do have to be careful when using a VPN with crypto exchanges, because again, to your point, that can cause a lot of issues. Matt says, I have a lot of money on Tangem. Does that need to be moved to a decent? Not at all. In fact, that wouldn't even make any sense. Even if Google did ban non-custodial apps, that would include all cold wallets. It wouldn't just be Tangem. It would be any non-custodial wallet, including Decent. That said, and I say this in every stream, but Decent is not a cold wallet that I recommend to anyone. Currently, they are a 100% closed source company, which means the code that is used in the hardware and the firmware is kept private and is only known by the company. So there's no way for outside sources, whether you're like a developer or just a security expert, there's no way for these people to verify anything that the company claims is true. So we just have to trust that whatever they say is true. Whereas other companies have at least partially open source code for a lot of the important stuff we want to know, like how the keys are generated and things like that. So Key says, I got here late. When do they want to implement this? They're implementing this in October, end of October. But again, like a lot of the exchanges and things that are on the App Store, they're going to be okay. They're not going to be affected because they're already playing by these rules. Any apps that are affected are probably going to be lesser known apps. But like all these tier 1 crypto exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, Robinhood and things like that, they're not going to be affected by this ban because they're already playing by the rules. Ace K says they're taking us back to the Stone Ages. Yeah, they might try to. Heroes Comics says ban Google. That would be interesting. So Sebastian says, guess it's because of Biden. Kurt says this isn't going to stop with Google, trust and believe. Yeah, 100%. If it's not Google, it's someone else, right? I'm not in the US, but I really hate their attempt to control people's assets. Yeah, I mean, this happens all around the world. It's not just in the US. Obviously, the US is, heavily targeted because we are heavily regulated. But again, that's one reason why I think cold wallets are still the future of crypto. Because they are trying to regulate crypto so hard. Cold wallets are the only thing, I mean, not just cold wallets, but self-custodial wallets are really the only way that you can truly own and control your crypto at this point. Because again, if you're keeping it on a centralized crypto exchange, it's like not only is it a false sense of security, but it's a false sense of ownership and control, because the exchanges can do whatever the heck they want with your crypto for really any reason. And then they don't have customer support to help you out. At least a lot of them don't. Maybe if you're a paying customer, they do. But yeah, I think this ban is actually extremely bullish for self-custodial wallets, specifically cold wallets, because there's a reason they didn't ban them, which I went over those reasons. But the main thing is you can't really ban a cold wallet because we can still use them. Even if the app's not available on the App Store, we'll just get the app somewhere else and continue to secure our own crypto, secure our own keys. So I think this is extremely bullish for cold wallets, and just further proves that self-custody is a must in crypto, and relying on these third-party centralized exchanges to manage our assets are is not the way to go. Um, Obviously, there's still a place for centralized exchanges. We still need them to buy crypto, so to turn fiat into crypto and then to sell it, to turn it back into cash and then send it to our bank account. Um, but I think that will eventually end too. Everything will eventually be decentralized. Um, but of course, there's always going to be laws and regulations around this stuff. Um, but yeah, I think like 5 to 10 years from now, crypto is going to look a lot different. And I think, unfortunately, if we want crypto to be more seamless and we want to see more mass adoption, I think heavy regulation is going to be a part of that. Because right now again, it's the wild wild west. People who are just getting into crypto, a lot of them end up getting scammed or losing money. As basically like a 24/7 casino, and it's a dangerous space to navigate, especially if you don't have someone to help you. And the problem is that 99% of the people who claim to help you are scammers. So Dragos said, so basically means end of privacy and all controlled, and they will know how much money you own, no matter if it's in a hot wallet or cold wallet. Yeah, I mean, again, hot wallets and cold wallets, self-custodial wallets where you own the keys, they don't necessarily know, like, you as an individual that you're connected with that wallet address, because to use cold wallets, you don't have to go through KYC or anything like that. But there is always some kind of trail, at least if you're using, basically any blockchain, unless it's a privacy blockchain, like Monero or something. But if you're just buying crypto like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, or meme coins or whatever, when you buy it on the exchange, there's always a money trail, right? Because first, you have your money, you put it into your bank account, and then from your bank account, it goes to your exchange. And on that exchange, you've already gone through KYC, so they already know who you are. They know your bank account information. They know your social security number. They know where you live. And then from there, you're buying crypto. Again, that's all tracked on the exchange. And then you send it to your self-custodial wallet. That's all traced on the blockchain. There's a paper trail for everything. So yeah, I mean, it's really hard. There's not really any privacy in the current world of crypto. And I don't know if there ever will be. I mean, blockchains are literally decentralized public ledgers. So even though they're harder to control, they're easy to track, because a blockchain is all about transparency. So if you know how to read the blockchain, which, a lot of people don't, but if that's your job, like there are some blockchain investigators, then you can link crypto wallet addresses to, actual human beings. Which is how a lot of these scammers and hackers get caught. Now, obviously, there's ways around that. There's coin mixers. Again, there's privacy blockchains like Monero and stuff. But yeah, that's a whole nother topic. JD says, so is Tangem safe? Yeah, if you're just checking in, all cold wallet apps are still safe. They're not affected by the Google crypto wallet ban. YKey says, so this is a big gray area. Yeah, I mean, all of crypto is a big gray area. Like, everyone's just trying to figure it out, right? Regulators are trying to figure it out. The users are trying to figure it out. And that's why I say in 5 to 10 years, it's going to look a lot different than it does today. And again, in that world, I see everything's going to be much more regulated, but it will also be probably easier to use. I always compare it to like when the internet first came out or when credit cards first came out. There's a video you can watch on YouTube, like when credit cards first came out, and people were like, "I'm not going to touch that. That seems way too weird." So yeah, I think like crypto is still very early, and just like credit cards, people are still hesitant to use it, and mainly because, again, it's not a good space to be in, and it's easy to lose money. It's easy to get scammed. So I think for it to not be a space where everyone is losing money and getting scammed, it does have to be extremely regulated, but that doesn't mean that there isn't room for user control still, like self-custodial wallets. I am curious about the future of hardware wallets. Like, I honestly don't know what that'll look like 10 years from now. Like, are hardware wallets just going to be a part of our phones? Like, will there be built-in hardware wallets in our phones? Possibly. And they already kind of have something like that. The Solana Seeker phone, which is a crypto wallet phone, which, by the way, I should be getting that this week. And there will be a review of that phone here on the channel if you want to check it out. Make sure you're subscribed or have notifications turned on or something for when that video comes out. So maybe something like that will be the future of hardware wallets. But I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't necessarily see everyone walking around with a hardware wallet in their pocket or something like that. At least not like a separate product, right? Like, I just feel like these need to become one, or, maybe it'll be something like Tangem where it's just like another card in your wallet. I don't really know. But the important thing is that hardware wallets are physical products, and as they exist today, they need to remain that way, because that's why they're immune to remote and physical attacks, is because it's its own offline product with a security chip, and that's why it's the most secure way to store your crypto. So yeah, I don't know. I'd be curious to hear all of your thoughts on what the future of hardware wallets look like even the next 5 to 10 years. I also think that we need to see some crazy innovation in the crypto space for wallets to even change, because even in the last 5 years, there really hasn't been any innovation in crypto, in my opinion. It's all just pump and dump scams, and a bunch of crypto projects come out, and it's just a project. It's just a way to extract value and money from people who are buying it. So Tangem is a cold wallet, so it's safe, 100%. Robinhood being on there is very interesting. Yeah, again, like, the ban only applies to crypto exchanges, but most of the crypto exchanges that are on the App Store are already safe from the ban, because, again, they're already playing by the rules. Marlon says, so Tangem and Trezor is safe. It's all the ones like MetaMask, FetASI, Trust, Kepler. No, that's not correct. So Tangem, Trezor, MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Exodus, those are all self-custodial wallets. A self-custodial wallet is where the user owns the key. Those wallets are exempt from the ban. The wallets that fall under this ban, that have to play by the rules, are the custodial wallets, where the third party owns your keys and controls your crypto for you. JD says, okay, I figured Tangem was safe. It's weird that exchanges need to be careful. So Uphold and Caleb and Brown are possibly in trouble. Luckily, I deal with Caleb and Brown direct. They're not in trouble. Again, they're already playing by the rules. They just need to keep playing by the rules, and they'll be okay. And again, to your point, like, you could still go, even if the Coinbase app disappeared from the App Store. This is just an example. It's not going to. But let's just say Coinbase disappeared from the App Store or the Google Play Store. You would still be able to go to Coinbase.com and use it, right? I mean, technically speaking. Alan says, do you know much about Proton Wallet? I don't know enough probably to answer many questions about it. If you have a question, you could definitely drop it. But I don't know a lot about Proton Wallet because I haven't used it. Not that I can remember. So instead of using Google Play apps, we can open Robinhood, Coinbase, etc. on PC. Exactly. Ace was asking, was Uniswap up there? No, Uniswap is a decentralized app. Well, technically it's decentralized, but no, that's not included. When you use Uniswap, you don't have to go through KYC or anything like that, which again is why I think this ban could potentially, be a good thing for truly decentralized applications. It could encourage developers to create decentralized apps. And then we'll need a decentralized app store. So these will be separate app stores from Google Play and the Apple App Store. But I think that is the future, a decentralized app store where, again, like, no one can necessarily shut down the apps. or even the App Store itself. But yeah, Uniswap is not included in the ban. CH said this is old news. They clarified they aren't banning this. To be clear, there is a ban. It's on custodial wallets, not non-custodial wallets, and more specifically, custodial wallets who aren't playing by the rules. And yeah, it's somewhat old news, but a lot of people were still unclear about what this ban included, and that's why we're sitting here talking about it. Denia says, can we use Exodus wallet? Yes, you can. But aside from the ban, I don't recommend using Exodus or any hot wallet like that to store your crypto. If you're looking to actually secure your crypto, get a cold wallet. So we need a petition for all crypto users to sign against Google's ban. Not necessarily, because like Google's ban, like a lot of these exchanges, they wouldn't even be able to operate in the US if they weren't playing by the rules that Google ban is basically that they're using for the ban, you know? So, I mean, even if Google wasn't doing it, like our country is still doing it. They still have to play by all these rules if they want to operate in the US. You know, they need to have KYC procedures, AML procedures, SAR procedures, suspicious activity reports. Like those are all requirements to operate a crypto exchange in the US. So it doesn't matter if Google bans it or not, it's still a requirement. So I'm going to lose everything on Uphold. No, because Uphold is playing by the rules. But that is something to consider. Let's just say you were using a crypto exchange who maybe isn't playing by the rules. It might just be harder to access the exchange. Again, if Uphold was banned from the App Store, you could still go to Uphold's website and access your account there. This is strictly a ban on apps. Just because something is removed from an App Store doesn't mean you can't use it. It just means you can't get it from the App Store. Kurt says, gotta hope to start downloading from the company's website. Yeah, I mean, most of these hardware wallet websites do offer their crypto wallet apps on the website. Ledger, obviously, especially the ones who offer a desktop version, because you pretty much have to download those from the website. But even on Tangem, there is, well, actually, they just have links that take you to the App Store. So, yeah, that's probably something they'd have to do, is they'd have to offer a way to download the app natively on the website. Then the cool thing about app stores and stuff is like it just makes it easier to download apps and to update them. You know, when there's an update out, you just go to the App Store and tap the update button, or you can set up your phone to do automatic updates. That might be eliminated if the app was eliminated from the App Store. So it would take a lot more, I guess, responsibility from our end to make sure that our apps stay up to date, since we have to do it, you know, through a website versus directly through our phone or whatever. Yep, Uphold is fine. Daniel says, why is my Tangem wallet stuck? I factory resetted 2 out of the 3 cards and open a new wallet on those 2 cards. Now all 3 wallets are stuck in their current seed and I can't reset them again. I'm not sure why it's stuck, but I will say if you had the 3 cards set up initially, and then you only factory resetted 2 of those cards, that could potentially be an issue, because I think to factory reset a card, you need, I think you also need to be able to scan another backup card. So that might be a reason why. Or you didn't go through the factory reset process properly. When you resetted those first 2 cards, you should have just, gone into the settings, tap factory reset. You scan 1 card, you enter your access code, and then it asks you, do you have any more cards to scan? You scan the other card, enter the access code, complete it. And that should have completely wiped your wallet new and allow you to set it up new again. So it's hard to say without knowing more details. And it's hard to kind of troubleshoot over the air without actually looking at it. I'm very hands-on, which obviously, I don't have access to your phone or your cards. So it might be kind of tough to solve without like a step-by-step what you did and what happened. Strawberry says, yeah, official company website, got to provide APK. I'd still be paranoid. Yeah, again, like if the company's website, provided the app right on the website, there are still other risks, like the website could be compromised and, a hacker could replace the real app with a fake app or something like that. So it is important, I think, that we are able to download our wallet apps from the App Store because, again, they have a lot of security practices in place that help prevent malicious apps from appearing on the store. Now, malicious apps appear all the time, but it's better than nothing. So, Waikiki says, when does Google plan to do this? They are doing this end of October. I think it's October 28th or something. If someone can Google it, you can post it in the chat. Except Google is about to stop allowing side-loading apps outside of Google Play Store. I haven't heard of that. Seong Jun Lee says, thank you for all your work and updates. Thank you for watching the live stream. So if we use Ledger Trezor, why would anyone be concerned? Who stores anything on any other than cold storage? To be clear, less than 10% of people who own crypto use a cold storage wallet. And I think there are, at the minimum, hundreds of millions, if not billions of people who own crypto worldwide. So if less than 10% of those people aren't using a cold wallet, that means they're probably storing it on a centralized crypto exchange. That's why, again, this is like bullish for self-custodial wallets. I think if your crypto is on an exchange right now, as regulations are being rolled out, I think it's super important to really take control of your crypto and let the lawmakers and everyone figure this stuff out. But in the meantime, don't let your crypto be at risk. Put it in your own wallet. Keep it in your control. As long as it's in your cold wallet, no one's going to be able to touch it. If you have it on an exchange right now, it really is subject to those exchanges. And obviously, since 2011, crypto exchanges have been hacked. A lot of crypto exchanges use hot wallets to store customer funds, or at least the funds that are used for daily trades, which is scary. And, in the past, some of these exchanges have even stored the keys to those hot wallets on an encrypted server, which can be compromised. And that's, again, why you want to use a cold wallet, which is completely offline, away from these hacks. So, yeah, not only are crypto exchanges under, a lot of scrutiny, and they have to play by the rules, but really they could shut down or be hacked at any moment. And even if they are insured or something like that, if you believe that you're going to get your crypto back in a timely manner, I'd say think again. History has proven, even when a crypto exchange is hacked and they promise that the users will get their money back, sometimes it can take years. By that time, crypto could have already reached its all-time high and crashed back down to zero. So that's a situation that you can avoid by self-custodying your own crypto in your own cold wallet. So yeah, again, cold wallets are just a no-brainer, and I think everything is just pointing towards using a cold wallet. JD says, when is this going into effect? Again, end of October. Let me double check for sure. So I can give you an actual date. October. I'm pretty sure it's October 28th. Oh, October 29th. This rolls out October 29th, so, about 2 months from now. Paul says, good work, Skrilla. Appreciate you. Are you going to do a cold card demo? I don't necessarily have any plans to do a cold card demo. I only own one cold card wallet. If you want to see like a cold card demo or review, that's definitely something I could look into. But cold card is just not a hardware wallet that I am a fan of, since it's a Bitcoin only wallet. I hold more than just Bitcoin, so I don't really use Bitcoin only wallets. JB says, just got my Tangem wallet. How do I withdraw profits from Tangem wallet? JB, I'll tell you right now, but you can also, I have a video on this. If you just type into YouTube, how to buy and sell crypto on Tangem wallet, my video will pop up. But really you have a few options. I'd say you have two main options to withdraw profits from Tangem. The first one is to just press the sell button on whatever cryptocurrency that's in your Tangem wallet. Press sell. This will take you to a third-party provider like MoonPay, and there you'll have to basically create an account, and it's basically just a crypto exchange, and then you'll sell your crypto using the sell button in Tangem, and then you can transfer that money to your bank account. But what I prefer to do is I don't sell directly in Tangem. Just transfer your crypto back to your preferred crypto exchange, whatever you use, whether that's Kraken or Gemini or crypto.com. Send it back to your crypto exchange, press the sell button there, and then from there you can cash it out to your linked bank account. Cody says, do you think big banks will be looking to enforce more rules to push people to hold their crypto with banks instead of holding their assets in self-custody? Self-custody seems like banks want to profit off you. Yeah, I mean, definitely even, not banks, but like all the crypto exchanges right now, they all make their money off of fees. It's no different than the banks. So yeah, however they can control your crypto, ultimately the control just comes back to, how much money can they make off of you. So yeah, it's just really got my mind thinking. But yeah, I mean, I think whatever direction they push us towards is going to be so they can extract as much value as possible from users. But at the same time, it'll be enticing to users because they're going to make it as easy as possible, kind of like, banks right now. We get direct deposit and then it goes to our card. And then now we can just scan our card at checkout or just scan our phone. And it's super easy. But the reason banks exist and the reason they make their money is basically off of using our money to lend and fees. So I think it's going to be the same any direction we go. Randy says, so Google decided to ban the Tangem app. How would you access your crypto? Again, even if Google bans the Tangem app, that doesn't mean the Tangem app would magically disappear from your phone. And it doesn't mean that it wouldn't still be available. It just wouldn't be available on the Google store. Also, like, if you have your seed phrase, you can always take your seed phrase and import it into a different wallet and access your crypto there. Papa Smurf says, would you recommend getting rid of Coinbase, etc.? Absolutely not. Now, to be clear, I hate Coinbase. Like, I'll never use that exchange again. But if you're just asking in general if you should get rid of your crypto exchange account, we still need crypto exchanges to buy and sell crypto. If we want to, turn our cash into crypto, we have to use a centralized crypto exchange. If we want to sell it, get that cash back into our bank, we have to use a centralized crypto exchange. And I think it's actually important to have, to your point, I wouldn't, excuse me, I wouldn't recommend getting rid of your crypto exchange accounts. I would recommend creating more accounts on different platforms. That way, if anything does happen to, an exchange that you use, you have a backup exchange that you can still use to, whether buy or sell your crypto. So, don't get rid of your crypto exchange accounts. Just be aware that, anything can happen at any time. So you might want to consider other alternatives. And also don't store your crypto on crypto exchanges. Because if something does happen to an exchange, you don't want your crypto on there. You don't want your crypto on there. Denton says, what's the deal with leaving a memo when transferring XRP off Coinbase to Tangem wallet? I skipped it and the transaction went through fine, but will it be a thing in the future? Okay, so certain cryptocurrencies and cryptocurrency networks like XRP, you have to enter a memo tag when transferring to the crypto exchange. Even though there's an option to enter the memo tag when you're transferring to a cold wallet, that's not necessary because you're transferring it to your cold wallet address. So it already knows where it's going. But when you transfer your XRP back to a crypto exchange to help direct it into your account, into your wallet address, it needs that memo tag. And the exchange will provide you with that tag when you go to copy the receiving address from your account. You will need to enter it into the Tangem wallet to send it back to the exchange. But to be clear, you don't need a memo tag to send crypto to a cold wallet. To your point, if you see a memo tag spot, you either just leave it blank or enter like a couple zeros and it should go through just fine. B says, I don't understand the issue. Even if the phone app is removed, Tangem, for example, can just sell an NFC dongle and will run a special Tangem APK and BlueStacks done. Yeah, I mean, but again, this is just raising the barrier to entry. There are just more steps coming in. There's more opportunities to get scammed, to get taken advantage of. The App Store makes it easy. Like if we were to eliminate all these crypto exchanges and crypto wallet apps from the App Store, it became big game over. We're moving the opposite direction. So if we're looking for a more seamless, world of crypto and mass adoption, removing these apps from the App Store and then just relying on APKs to get our apps, that's not the solution, in my opinion. I think I already answered that one. Richard says, I have a Google phone. I use Coinbase. I'm getting ready to get a Tangem wallet and transfer. I've had Coinbase since 2021. Am I at a risk of anything? You're not at risk of anything, Richard, but I would recommend getting your crypto off of Coinbase as soon as possible, not because of this ban, but because I don't believe in keeping crypto on exchanges in general, because again, they own the keys to your crypto, which means they can freeze your funds, they can lock your account, they can get hacked, they can shut down, the website can experience technical issues, and ultimately all those things would lead to you not being able to access your crypto. That won't happen if you put your crypto into cold storage because you own and control the keys, and those wallets or these hardware wallets rely on the blockchain technology, not like a centralized server. For most things, like the basic functions, sending, receiving, just simply holding your crypto, that's all reliant on the blockchain itself, not on any centralized servers. Dutch said another issue would be updating the Tangem app if the App Store no longer provided it. Exactly, and I touched on this earlier. If the cold wallet apps were removed from the App Store, it would be up to the user to really stay on top of the updates, versus right now we can just turn automatic updates on our phone, and the app will automatically update anytime a new update is released, which is really nice. So yeah. KL says, how do you get midnight airdrop with Tangem? I don't know because I'm not a part of the midnight airdrop. Most airdrops, there's really two methods for getting an airdrop. One, you usually enter your wallet's receiving address and the platform will send you the crypto automatically, or you have to sign a transaction saying, basically claiming that crypto. If you have to sign a transaction to claim the crypto, you don't want to use your cold wallet to do that because you risk signing a malicious transaction and opening up your wallet to scammers to basically steal your crypto. So if that's the case, you just want to use a hot wallet to get that airdrop. But if it's just as simple as entering your receiving address, that's safe to do because knowing your receiving address isn't going to compromise your wallet. Wealth TV says, hello, Cyber Skrilla. You are doing a good job, and I'm watching from Germany. Thank you, and shout out to Germany. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. Looks like we have about 339 viewers. We are live on YouTube and X right now. Let's see. Not as many viewers on X today, and that's okay. I hope you're all having a good Labor Day weekend and relaxing. And thank you all for joining us here. If you're just checking in, we are talking about the crypto wallet ban that the Google Play Store announced on August 13th. To be clear, this ban only affects custodial wallets being crypto exchanges like Coinbase, Kraken, Gemini, Crypto.com, Robinhood, Caleb and Brown. Those are the ones that would fall under the ban. That's not to say that these apps are being banned, as long as they're playing by the rules, as long as they have anti-money laundering procedures in place, know your customer procedures in place, as long as they're filing suspicious activity reports if there is suspicious activity. Basically, any crypto exchanges that are already operating in the US today, their apps are going to remain safe on the Google Play Store. To be clear, this ban does not affect cold wallet apps. So if you have like a Tangem wallet, Ledger, Trezor, Cold Card, OneKey, whatever it may be, this app does not affect those wallets. And by the way, I just want to bring this up again. There is one Labor Day sale today that I know of, and it's for Tangem. They just announced this like an hour ago. You can get 20% off your entire Tangem wallet order if you go to tangem.com, and then just add, whatever you want to your cart. And then you want to enter 2 discount codes, which is scrolling here across the bottom of the live stream. So the first one you want to enter is Cyber Skrilla. That'll get you 10% off. Then enter Labor Day. That'll get you another 10% off for a total of 20% off your entire order. And if you spend more than $89 after the discounts applied, of course, you get free shipping as well. So yeah, that's the only Labor Day sale that I know of. I bet there will be some more sales this week from other wallet companies. So if you're holding out for a different brand, I would say stay tuned, because if not today, I bet that they're going to announce some more. But if you're looking for a Tangem wallet sale, this is usually the best deal they offer, 20% off with free shipping. As far as I know, that's only... I wonder if that's only today. Let me check real quick how long this sale lasts for. I could be wrong. Tangem. The Labor Day sale starts today and it goes till September 7th. So you have until September 7th to get 20% off your order using the code CyberSkrilla and Labor Day at checkout. Okay. Alrighty. Joseph Joe says some users will leave Android phone if that happens. Possibly, yeah, I could see that happening. If the Google Play Store actually did ban cold wallet apps, I could see a lot of people leaving Android and going to something like Apple, which might be tough for some people. Crazy Man says, sorry for being late, but will this impact EU exchanges wallets? Does it only affect the ones that don't have KYC? Crazy Man, yes, this will impact EU as well. And it is for crypto exchanges, specifically crypto exchanges that aren't playing by the rules. So ones that don't have anti-money laundering procedures, KYC procedures, and who aren't filing suspicious activity reports in place. If they aren't playing by those rules, then they will likely be included in the crypto wallet ban on the Google Play Store. But if they are playing by the rules, which most tier 1 exchanges are, then you don't have anything to worry about. Hello, folks. I have Ledger Flex. Is there a way to generate, say, 10 Bitcoin addresses to create a queue instead of generating a new one each time I use a previous one? Not that I know of. The Unknown says, why is the government so worried about people who are criminals that use crypto as a form of payment, but they're not worried about cash? Most criminals use cash, not crypto. Crypto is 100% trackable. Actually, a lot of criminals use crypto. That was one of the first uses for Bitcoin. was Silk Road, which is a dark web market, and a lot of criminals absolutely still use crypto. And there are ways to make it untraceable, or at least a lot harder to trace. And again, that's using things like coin mixers and peer-to-peer marketplaces. Obviously, criminals who are doing this professionally and at a large capacity, who are probably transacting in the billions of dollars, they have it down to where they're not going to be tracked as easily. So, and then there's also scammers who are just kind of stupid and they don't know what they're doing. And some get away with it and some don't. Let's see. Minnie Mouse did send in a super chat, but I'm not going to bring it up because you're shilling a token. So I do appreciate the donation, but we don't shill tokens here on the channel. So I'm sorry, I'm not going to show that comment. Dun, dun, dun. Arun says, is this ban applicable to other countries as well, or just the USA? This is applicable to 15 different countries, I believe. As far as I know, USA and the EU are the main ones. I don't know what the other ones are. Let me see if I can find out. But yeah, this ban isn't just for the US. Let's see what we got here. Oh, okay. So the policy applies to 15 major jurisdictions. The United States, the United Kingdom, and the European Union is what this says. So that's who the ban will mainly affect. Let's see. The Unknown says, do you think in the future cold robots will be the future of finance and nachos for people trying to make gains? Cold wallets maybe will be the future of finance, and I'm not sure what you're trying to say there. Drago says, get a Tangem and you're good. Yeah, any cold wallet app, you're going to be a lot better off than using or keeping your crypto on a crypto exchange. I used the Samurai app. Once it got banned, it stopped working on my phone. Yeah, I mean, it's always possible. If the company, disconnected their servers and everything, then that's probably why it would stop working. Biniac says, are there any cold wallets that bypass the app stores? So no cold wallet relies on app stores. You could get all your apps outside of the app store if you really needed to. And a lot of wallets that have a desktop version, like Ledger, Trezor, OneKey, for example, those all have desktop apps that you can download directly from the website. But again, these wallets don't rely on the app stores to function. An app store is just a way to get an app. It's not how the app functions. Lorna says, are there preferred wallets for use with Strike and Kraken Pro? A preferred wallet would be any cold wallet, Lorna. So Tangem, if you're new to crypto wallets, I would say Tangem is going to be your best bet, as long as you have an iOS or Android mobile device that has full NFC capabilities, which most modern day phones do. I use Tangem without any issues with Kraken Pro, but really any cold wallet is going to work with these crypto exchanges. They're not directly connected, so they're kind of their own things. So any cold wallet you get will work with Kraken Pro. Ryzen Reflect says, you may have answered this before, but is Tangem the safest wallet out there? What do you use besides Tangem? It's really hard to say what is the safest wallet. I don't think there's even a way to truly determine what's safest or even the best. It really just comes down to what's best for you The reason I like Tangem so much is because I think it's the best beginner wallet. It's the lowest barrier to entry. It's the easiest to use, and something you have to consider, along with security, but not directly related to security, is how user friendly a wallet is and what your experience level is. Because if you don't know how to use a cold wallet and you buy one that's more complicated, you're more likely to make a mistake, which could be a security risk in that aspect. But to answer your question, I don't think there's a way to determine what the safest or most secure cold wallet is. One way you could look at it is just like its reputation and any, what's happened in the past. But most cold wallets on the market today are pretty reputable. Personally, I use Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, OneKey are probably my top wallets that I use. And then I have like the Ngrade wallet, which has a lot of security features, more of an advanced wallet. And I don't use that one as much, but it is good for like a long-term storage. Backpacking Online says, I have a Coinbase wallet on Android. I never went to the exchange. It is a cold wallet then. Do I have to move to my iPhone? I was told to do nothing. Okay, so you're talking about the Coinbase self-custodial wallet, not the Coinbase exchange. The Coinbase hot wallet, it's not a cold wallet, but it is a self-custodial wallet. So the Coinbase wallet is the same thing as like MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Phantom. It allows you to own your own keys, so you probably have a seed phrase, which is good. But even though this isn't affected by the ban, you don't want to keep your crypto on something like a hot wallet, which is the Coinbase wallet. Again, you want to get that into a cold wallet. Reason being is hot wallets, even though you own your own keys, they are susceptible to, like, if you get malware on your computer or your phone, those keys are stored in the software on your internet connected device, which is how a lot of people get hacked. And that's why you want to get it into a cold wallet. So even though the Coinbase wallet isn't directed by the ban or isn't affected by the ban, you definitely should look into getting a cold wallet. Again, if you're new to cold wallets, Tangem is your best option, in my opinion, just to get your feet wet. So yeah. And I just want to let you know, everyone, I'm about 30 minutes behind on chat, so I am getting to all your questions. This is a live Q&A. Really anything goes. Obviously, I don't do any like investment advice. We don't talk about, we don't like shill coins or anything on the channel, but any questions, this is the crypto hotline. I'm here to answer your questions. If I know the answer, or if I think I can help you, I'll definitely do my best. If I don't know, then I'll just tell you I don't know. And, I'll try to research it in my free time, maybe come back to you another time if you're on another live stream. But yeah, definitely drop any questions, comments, concerns in the chat. It doesn't have to be about the crypto wallet ban. We are just here talking about crypto security. So whatever it is, talk with each other. But let's take a quick break here. I'll stay on screen with you, but I'm gonna open up some caffeine here. Also, if you're just joining, Tangem is having a Labor Day sale right now, a 20% off your entire order if you use, hold on here. If you use these two codes, Cyberskrilla and Labor Day at checkout, you get 20% off your entire Tangem wallet order. Plus, you get free shipping on orders over $89. So I'm going to leave that up on the screen here. While we jam out to some music. Tastes like vitamins. Now I'm dropping it all over the keyboard. I don't know. Guys, make sure you're dropping your questions in the chat. I will get to them all. We're here on Labor Day. We're all chilling. And I'm just taking a quick break. Get some caffeine. And we'll get back to the Q&A. This is the Crypto Hotline. The only hotline in crypto, if I'm not mistaken. And I am Skrilla, and I'm here to answer all your questions. Hope you're having a beautiful Monday. And I hope you're all relaxing and getting ready for the week. Get back to the live tech support here. Let me switch up the music. All right. For those of you just joining, we are talking about Google's crypto wallet ban. Quick recap if you're just joining. Also, if you've been here and you already know what's going on, feel free to help out people in the chat. But a quick recap of what's going on here. So on August 13th, Google did announce a ban on crypto wallets. However, they did clarify that this ban is on custodial wallets only, and more specifically, custodial wallets who aren't playing by the rules, meaning they don't have like a KYC process in place or anti-money laundering process or reporting suspicious activity reports to FinCEN and things like that. So basically, if they aren't playing by the rules, these apps will be removed from the Google Play Store on October 29th. So they basically have until October 29th to get their crap together. But any crypto exchange that's operating in the US right now or in the EU will probably not be affected because they're already playing by the rules. So big exchanges like Coinbase, Binance, Kraken, Gemini, Crypto.com, Robinhood, Caleb and Brown. These guys are already playing by the rules, so they won't be affected. That said, cold wallets, Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, Keystone, OneKey, Cold Card, whatever it may be, not affected by this ban because they are non-custodial or self-custodial wallets. So yeah, that's where we're at here. And if you have any questions about anything, doesn't have to be about this specific topic. This is the Crypto Hotline. I'm here answering your questions live. So feel free to drop them in the chat. And I will get to them. I'm going to answer, looks like we got another super chat from Suzuki. Thank you for your donation. Super generous of you. I didn't get an alert of your live stream coming on. YouTube screwed up. Yes, they did. Make sure you have notifications turned on if you want alerts when I go live. I'm going to try to go live every single week. Coffee's on me. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can you do a quick recap for me? And I'm asking for a lot. So I just did the quick recap. Hopefully you heard that. Again, this crypto wallet ban is on custodial wallets, which are third-party entities that control your keys. So basically, any centralized crypto exchange, Coinbase, Kraken, all these crypto exchanges, are under the ban, but only if they're not playing by the rules. All the tier one crypto exchanges are playing by the rules, at least the rules that exist today. So they won't be affected by this ban that takes place on October 29th. But if there's any smaller, probably lesser known custodial crypto wallets that exist on the Google Play Store, they likely won't exist come October 29th. So that is the quick recap. If you have any more questions, happy to clarify for you. Okie dokie. Oh my goodness. Okay. I gotta find my way back to the comments here. Dave Flowers says, I use Coinbase and Kraken mostly, Tangem and NanoX for cold storage. For sure. I love Kraken. I have nothing but good things to say about Kraken. Coinbase, I'll never use them again. They're just not the best company in my opinion. But I'm glad to hear that you have multiple exchanges, multiple accounts on multiple exchanges set up. I think that's important to do, especially if something happens to one of your accounts on an exchange, you have that backup exchange you can use. And then, of course, you already have your Tangem and NanoX for cold storage. So, Dave, it sounds like you're on the right track. DS says, I learned a lot about cold wallets from you when I purchased Tangem. Very helpful. I decided to buy the Ledger Flex. During the installation, my 14 Pro setup stopped without error. I'm not sure why this would happen. If you can, DS, I would try a couple things. You could definitely try uninstalling and reinstalling the Ledger Live app on your iPhone. Also, make sure that the app is up to date. If you want to install and reinstall it, it will be the most current version. Also, make sure that your iPhone 14's firmware is up to date. And then you'll also want to update the Ledger Flex's firmware. You should be able to do all that from your phone during setup, but that's where I would start. Kurt says Tangem would allow airdrops. You can get an airdrop on any wallet. There's no limitations. As long as the wallet supports the network that the airdrop is on, you can get an airdrop from that wallet. Prototype 1985 says, I'm happy I moved my crypto to Tangem wallet thanks to you. Yeah, if any of you have your crypto currently stored on an exchange, you need to get your crypto off exchanges. I've been saying this pretty much since the start of this channel. But crypto exchanges aren't meant to be a place to keep your crypto. They're simply for trading. So turning your cash into crypto and turning your crypto back into cash. You really should not keep your crypto on exchanges. Not only are they vulnerable to hacks, because a lot of crypto exchanges have honestly poor operational security. They use hot wallets to store your funds. They might not even protect the keys to their wallets that well. They probably store them online. They definitely do if they're using a hot wallet. And that's aside from the fact that custodial wallets, crypto exchanges, they own the keys to your crypto, so they can freeze your funds. They can lock your account. If they ever shut down or experience some kind of hack, even if there is some kind of insurance, the likelihood of you getting your crypto back in a timely manner is not very high. It could take, several months or several years. You can just avoid all this by getting your crypto onto a cold wallet. Quentin Sinshiel 1 says, Decent Wallet is my favorite. I have SafePal and Tangem. Again, I'll continue to say this anytime someone brings up Decent Wallet. It's not a wallet that I recommend anyone use. They are a 100% closed source company, which means the code and everything used to build the wallet is kept private to the company. So there's no way for any developers or security experts outside of the company to verify any of the claims that they make are true. So basically, you're just trusting the company, which is a big risk in my opinion. And the reason you see a lot of YouTubers push Decent is because Decent pays YouTubers money just to upload videos, not even to sell the wallets, just to make a video about Decent. They will pay YouTubers, and that's why you see a lot of YouTubers talk about it and push it. That's not something that I feel comfortable doing, and it doesn't really make sense because Decent isn't a wallet that I use myself. It's not a wallet that I recommend to my friends or family. So yeah, it's not something that I would recommend to you either. Kevin says, is Ledger Flex better than Tangem? That's really subjective, and only you can decide that. When choosing a wallet, you want to consider, the first thing you should consider is coin support. Does it support the cryptocurrencies you plan to secure with it? If one wallet doesn't, you can instantly rule out that wallet as not being a good wallet for you because it won't support the crypto you want to hold. The next thing you want to consider is compatibility. Do you want to use the wallet with your phone or with your computer, or maybe both? For example, Tangem is a mobile-only wallet, so you can only use it on your iOS and Android mobile device, whereas Ledger is a desktop and mobile wallet, so you can use it on both. They both support a decent amount of cryptocurrencies. They both have native staking. They both allow you to buy, sell, and swap natively in the app. So in those aspects, they're pretty similar. Obviously, Ledger has its own screen, whereas Tangem, you use your phone screen. So all things to consider. I'd say both are great options for beginners. By the way, if you are looking to get a Ledger wallet, there is a link in the description of this live stream that'll get you $10 in free Bitcoin if you buy any Ledger wallet. That said, yeah, it really just depends on what you're looking for, Kevin. Big Johnny D says, at one point I thought crypto was the way I could separate myself from the system, and now it's totally allowing the system to follow every single step and know all. Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's been that way for a while. Anytime we have a centralized, entity involved, there is going to be a trace. And yeah, I don't think crypto is as private as a lot of people are led to believe. I feel like that's kind of like when you get into crypto, it's kind of portrayed as that, but the blockchain itself is literally a digital public ledger. It's even easier for people to track. It's decentralized, so no one can shut it down. It's immutable, so any data on the blockchain, it can't be easily changed or reversed or deleted. So anything you do on the blockchain is always going to be there as long as the blockchain exists and the internet exists. So yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I don't think, I just don't see a world where our government or the leaders allow us to have privacy. I think we're beyond that, to be honest. Now, that doesn't mean that there aren't other opportunities in crypto. Obviously, there are some money-making opportunities. You can make money in crypto. Most people don't. But at the end of the day, like, we're still early. There is still a lot of innovation to happen in the crypto space, in my opinion, which means there are a lot of opportunities that could come in the form of literally just investing and making money, or maybe using some kind of product or service, implementing it into your own business or your own life. So I think there's still a lot of opportunities because this is the next, this is like the next evolution of the web and the financial system. So obviously, anytime there's something new and revolutionary, there are opportunities. But that's just my long way of saying you're not wrong, but that doesn't mean that it's all doom and gloom. Let's see, I'm gonna go to the super chat here from Nebula Vision. Appreciate your contribution to the channel. Thank you so much. Nebula asks, have you ever thought about doing a video on the coins you hold? So I probably like a year and a half ago, I made a couple videos on coins that I hold. I still hold all of them that I talked about, but that's just not something I want to share on the channel. Uh, it just it's just kind of irresponsible, in my opinion, to talk about things, because even if I come at it from the perspective like, hey, this is just what I hold. I'm not saying you should go out and buy this, or like, even if I just give like some reasons why I hold it, I don't want people to think that they should go and buy it too, because the way that I buy crypto is like high risk, high reward. You definitely don't want to be investing in the stuff that I buy, mainly because I think a lot of people don't have like the same conviction, right? Like you have to find your conviction play. I found my conviction play. I have my reasons, and that works for me. That's not necessarily something that I want to like share with others for a lot of reasons. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but ultimately it's just not something that I feel is responsible to do. And even if it's not, even if it doesn't come off in a way of like me pushing you onto something, the fact that I'm here on the internet and the channel says I have 100,000 subscribers, which to me doesn't really mean anything, but just some people see that and they think, oh, this guy must know what he's talking about, which I don't claim to know, a lot about investing or anything like that. I don't claim to have it all figured out. I understand that what I buy is a huge risk, and I'm willing to take on that risk, but that's not something I necessarily want to pass on to anyone else. So that's really why I don't share my opinion on any tokens or what I hold. And then there's obvious like security reasons why, I just like to keep that stuff private. But I will say that, yeah, a lot of my what I hold is extremely high risk and requires high conviction, because it's extremely volatile stuff. But like I said, and like everyone says, high risk, high reward, right? Sure, there's safer plays. There's Bitcoin. There's things like Solana. I think that they all have potential, but when it comes to looking for the most potential, you really have to go for more high risk things. And then there's a lot that goes into that. So hopefully that answered your question, and I appreciate your donation. Let's see where how is your new baby doing? Yeah, dad life is good. Been a little rough because I've been sick, and yeah, but the dad life is good. Just bought a Keystone Pro. How do I toggle between wallet 1, 2, and 3? Well, first you have to set up the different wallets, and there should be, if you go to, I believe, the settings, it's been a while since I powered mine on. You really just need to enter the password for your other wallet. Again, you have to have the wallet set up already, but there should be a spot where you can switch between wallets, and all you have to do to switch between your wallets is enter the password that you created for that wallet. If you haven't done that yet, then you need to create the other wallet. Chris says, what is your opinion on Pure Wallet, the hot wallet that can be turned cold? I've never heard of Pure Wallet. I could do a quick Google search, but that doesn't sound right to me. I mean, just at glance, it looks like it's still a crypto wallet app. So I would say that's not a true cold wallet. It looks like it probably has you use your phone to turn it into a cold wallet. I would say Pure Wallet's not a true cold wallet. But again, I would need to do more research. That's just from what I just looked at. Everyday People said, I'm told that some people don't let you self-custody. Can you talk a little bit about that? Great show. Thanks for all the information. I'm not actually sure which exchanges would say that, or even have that limitation. I haven't personally heard of that. But you can't self custody on the exchange itself. No crypto exchange is a self custodial wallet. So in that sense, you're right. Like no crypto exchange allows you to self custody your crypto. The only way you can self custody your crypto is to move it into your own self custodial wallet, preferably a cold storage wallet. So maybe you're saying some crypto exchanges don't allow you to send your crypto externally, which I've never used an exchange that doesn't. But most crypto exchanges today let you transfer your crypto outside of the exchange and onto your own self custodial wallet. Arde says, Cyber Skrilla, I really appreciate your videos. They help me understand crypto security. Thank you so much. You're the best. Thank you, Arde. I'm definitely not the best, but I do appreciate you saying that. And I'm just glad that I have been able to provide value to you. And, you know, we're just all striving to be a little bit better every day. John Doe says he got Tangem. Good wallet. See, is there any security issues that might cause an... Let's see. So I'm just reading through the chats here. Some of them I don't pull up just because they're really old and I've already answered the questions multiple times. People know that your government is crooked and corrupt, and soon they'll block all cold wallets because they would want to peep into your account to take a share. You can't block a cold wallet. Cold wallets rely on blockchain technology. You can't ban a cold wallet. You could blacklist addresses, but you can't tell that an address is from a cold wallet just by the address itself. So yeah, maybe crypto exchanges could blacklist cold wallet addresses in the future. Somehow, I don't know how they would do it, but just to be clear, you can't ban or block a cold wallet. And it's not limited to just one government. The entire all the rulers of the world, they all want control, and they don't believe in privacy. So this isn't just like an issue with the United States or one country or anything like that. This is a worldwide issue. So yeah. Robert says, can you make a new seed phrase on the Tangem wallet? To do a new seed phrase, you have to factory reset the cards and just start all over again. The way you do that is you go into settings. So you tap the three little dots in the app. Then you tap factory reset. And then you need to scan each card one after another until they're all reset. Go through that entire process. And then you just set up the wallet again and create a new seed phrase. Patrick says, hello, I have bought 2 cards, Tangem, recently. I imported my 12-word seeds into the app and accessed my cryptos. Am I safe from hacks and malware on my phone now? Patrick, my only concern is that it sounds like you were coming from a hot wallet and you imported that seed phrase from your hot wallet into your Tangem wallet. That seed phrase is still a hot wallet because it still exists on whatever hot wallet you created it in. You don't want to import your hot wallet seed phrase into your cold wallet device. That defeats the purpose of using the cold wallet. What you'd want to do is generate a completely new seed phrase using your Tangem wallet and then send your crypto from your old wallet to the new wallet. That's the safe way to do it. But once you get your crypto into the Tangem wallet, it is secure and immune to remote and physical attacks because the keys that are used to access and manage your crypto are stored offline on the secure element chip inside the card. So yeah, once you do it and do it properly, you will be secure. But if you imported your hot wallet seed phrase into your cold wallet, it kind of defeats the purpose. Just Me says, how do I swap my Bitcoin to USDT if I don't want to use an exchange since Google bans hot wallets? Google did not ban hot wallets. You also don't need to use a hot wallet to swap crypto. And you can still use exchanges to swap your Bitcoin to USDT. So. Brown says, thanks, Skrilla, #1 YouTuber on crypto security, teaching us masses as crypto becomes more mainstream and will over time. Cheers. Take care. Thank you so much for saying that. I appreciate you, Brown. Born Bad said, thanks. So Yori says, can Tangem cards work on PC with an NFC reader? No, they cannot. The app is not currently set up to support PCs. Tangem is meant to only be used on mobile devices, Android and iOS phones, not tablets with NFC, not computers with an NFC reader, only Android and Apple mobile devices. Ted Lee says, from Vancouver, what's up, Ted from Vancouver? Shout out to Vancouver. Get this, no legislation as of today is in the works to protect your crypto at exchanges. Yeah, some exchanges have some, protections in place. But again, in the past, even exchanges who have had protections set up, it can take months, even years to get your crypto back if something bad does happen. So that is a risk you take when you keep your crypto on an exchange. You're allowing someone else to manage and control it for you. Whereas if you just put it into a cold wallet, you can manage and control it yourself. Lorenzo de la Cruz says, my Tangem Robinhood was put on hold, and thanks to you, I know why. Yeah, I mean, also I want to be clear about crypto exchanges putting your funds on hold. If you're new to the crypto exchange, like you just set up an account, generally your first transaction will be put on hold, and this is part of the AML protocol. And generally this hold can last anywhere from a couple days up to like a week. But in most cases, this is like a one-time thing, right? This is just the first time with your transaction, for your first transaction. So having your crypto placed on hold on a crypto exchange for the initial transaction isn't anything to be concerned about, at least like it's normal. But yeah, hopefully your crypto isn't like frozen for other reasons, Lorenzo, and for a significant amount of time. Hopefully this is like just a one-off case. But I would be curious to know, like, if this is a new Robinhood account or anything like that, or if you've been using Robinhood and then they froze your funds. I'd be curious to know more. Chef Deb says, why does crypto value fluctuate so much? Is it like stocks? Can you explain, please, in layman's term? The value of crypto fluctuates so much is because the blockchain where crypto exists on, it's the network where crypto lives, is it operates 24/7. The blockchain never sleeps. Unlike the stock market, which does sleep, the blockchain is up and running 24/7, year round. That means people are constantly buying and selling crypto. And when you buy and sell crypto, the price goes up and down. And it's really that simple. It's just people buying and selling on an open market. And this market happens to be open 24/7, which is why it's even more volatile than really any asset. BM says, will Tangem bring back the Bitcoin card design anytime soon? I'm not sure. I'm not sure on that. I could definitely ask them. But usually when they do those, they're limited edition runs. Maybe they'll come out with a new Bitcoin design. That would be cool. Kubri says, my KYC has been void on all exchanges, even though I've already done it. Been trying to redo it and keep getting stuck now with Plaid verification. Don't know if I have much advice for you. It could just be where you're located and the type of exchange you're trying to use. So I would see if maybe there's another exchange that other people use in your area successfully. It could just be something as simple as that. Quentin Steele 1 says, I have 2 Tangem wallets. Do you have a video on how to factory reset? I do have a video. Let me see. Let me bring it up for you and I'll show you what it is. If anyone's looking to factory reset their Tangem wallet, Maybe you want to set it up with a seed phrase. It's currently set up without a seed phrase, and you want to set it up with a seed phrase now. This is a video that you want to watch. Because if you factory reset your Tangem wallet the wrong way, you could lose all your crypto, assuming you don't have the seed phrase. So let me share my screen here. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see here. All right, so this video right here, I can't see it. This video right here that says missed seed phrase. It's titled "Set Up Your Tangem Wallet Without a Seed Phrase Quick Fix." This video shows you how to factory reset your Tangem wallet and do it the right way. So that's the video that you want to go and watch. Okay. Let me get my back up here. Okay. Jim says, I would just get new cards. That's always an option too. Personally, I have 7 sets of Tangem wallets right now, including the Tangem ring. So yeah. Jim says, I want a hat. Yeah, this Tangem hat's pretty used. You can see it's like, I don't know if these are sweat marks or what, but sweat and sun has been wearing it out. Yes, this hat has seen some stuff, but I'll see if Tangem has, or really any wallet company has, like some swag they can give away. They sent this to me after a conference they had. They had like a hat and a shirt left over, and they sent me one, which was pretty cool of them. But I'll see if there's any opportunity like that to share with you guys. Little Money Man says, wait, but Uphold Wallet is internal. I'm not sure what you mean. Uphold Wallet is a centralized crypto exchange. But yeah, it doesn't... you could use it outside of the app if you need to. Halo Pine says, hello, can I send from a cold wallet to a bank without using an exchange? No, you can't. You need a middleman to turn your crypto into fiat and then to send to your bank account. That said, there are really 2 ways you can do this. The first way is you simply take the crypto from your cold wallet, send it to your preferred crypto exchange, sell it there, and then withdraw to your bank account. Or like a kind of more seamless option is to press the sell button directly in your cold wallet. But it still takes you through setting up an account on their preferred exchange, and then you do the same process, but they kind of do it for you. But both ways have you go through a centralized crypto exchange. There's no way around that, unless you're using some kind of peer-to-peer market, which 99% of people don't. And it only works for certain cryptocurrencies. It's definitely something like a lot more advanced. That's why most people don't do it. So yeah, there's really no way around using a centralized crypto exchange if you want to cash out your crypto. Rolanda says, good evening from the UK. I have Tangem wallet and all my crypto package on it. If I do decide to sell it, what do you reckon a good idea to sell on Tangem? I don't like buying and selling crypto on Tangem, only because the fees that are charged by the third parties that they use are higher than if you just send to your preferred crypto exchange and sell there. And personally, I think it's just as quick to send to a crypto exchange and sell there. I can literally take crypto off of my Tangem wallet, send it to my Kraken account, sell it I can do that process in a matter of minutes. And if you do it early enough in the day, you'll actually get your money into your bank account that same day. So that's what I would do. Someone says, will Exodus be affected? Exodus is a self-custodial wallet. They are exempt from the ban. Again, if you're just joining, this ban is only on custodial wallets. Custodial wallets are crypto exchanges, wallets that own the keys to your crypto. And it will, on October 29th, crypto exchanges who aren't playing by the rules, who don't have AML, KYC, and SAR procedures in place, those are the apps that will be banned from the App Store. Most of the crypto exchanges that are operational right now in the US are going to be safe because they're already playing by the rules. Okay. And yeah, I'm trying to get to everyone's chat here, but it looks like we are. I'm about an hour behind on the chat. So I appreciate everyone who has been dropping comments, leaving questions, concerns. This is literally the only crypto hotline in the world that I'm aware of. I'm here answering questions live. Any questions you have that I know the answer to, or I believe I can help you with, I will do my best to answer them. And if I don't know, I'll just tell you I don't know. But welcome to the crypto hotline. If you're just getting here, all you have to do is drop your question, comment, concern in the chat, and I am here to help you. And thank you everyone for tuning in on this beautiful Monday, September 1st already. Crazy time has been flying. Curious what everyone thinks. Is October going to be Uptober? Or are we going to keep going down? Would be very curious to know this. What are your thoughts? All right. Shout out to everyone watching right now. Looks like we have 290 viewers. We are live on both YouTube and Twitter right now. Shout out to all my Twitter fam out there. If you're watching, please, on Twitter, if you're watching, like and repost the live stream so we can, help some other people out. Because again, this is the only crypto hotline in existence, and we're going to be doing this. I'm going to try to do this every week, offer you guys real-time customer support for any questions you have about crypto security, the fundamentals of crypto. I don't do any investment advice. I won't tell you what coins to buy. I won't tell you what coins I hold, but I am here to help you understand the fundamentals of crypto. I'm here to help you avoid scams, all that good stuff. I'm here to help you choose a cold wallet, anything like that. We do it here on the channel. So that said, I'm going to reset the room here and just pump up the jams just for a second. So just hang out. Gotta, use the bathroom or something. Now would be a good time because we're gonna pump up the jams for just a minute. If you're just joining, also, we do have there is one Labor Day sale that I know of so far from Tangem. If you don't know, Tangem is one of my favorite cold wallets, especially if you're looking to get your first cold wallet. It is, in my opinion, the best cold wallet for beginners. The only thing you need to use it is your phone. And they're currently offering 20% off your entire order if you use the two codes, which is scrolling across the bottom of the screen here. Use code CyberScrolla and code Labor Day at checkout. You get 20% off your entire order. And if you order, if your order is more than $89, you get free shipping. This is basically one of the best deals Tangem offers, and they have sales. And this deal lasts until September 7th. So you have until September 7th to get 20% off your Tangem wallet order. If you have questions about Tangem, go ahead and drop them in the chat. This is the Crypto Hotline, and I'm answering all your questions live. And keep dropping them in the chat, and we will get to them. But for now, all right. Just making a couple adjustments here to this banner. How's everyone doing today? If you're just joining the live stream, this is the Crypto Hotline. I answer all your questions live, on air, in real time. There's no other Crypto Hotline in the world. This is the one and only. And we're also talking about the Google Play crypto wallet ban, which will take effect October 29th. More information about that, I'll do a quick recap for those of you just joining right after this song is over. So stick around and make sure you're dropping your questions, concerns in the chat or the Crypto Hotline. One and only Crypto Hotline in the entire world. Happy to have you all here. Thank you so much for joining. If you're just joining, earlier in the live stream, we covered the Google Play ban on crypto wallets and what that kind of entails. Let me bring that up and I'll show you what we're dealing with here. So, Google did announce that on October 29th, they will be banning custodial wallets who aren't playing by the rules. Custodial wallet meaning basically crypto exchanges. Excuse me. So custodial wallets examples are Coinbase, Kraken, Uphold, Gemini, Robinhood, Binance, Crypto.com. Those are all custodial wallets. Now, that's not to say those crypto exchange apps are going to be banned, because they're not. The apps who aren't playing by the rules are the ones who are going to be banned. And by the rules, I mean exchanges who aren't adhering to anti-money laundering and know your customer laws and regulations, and who don't have processes in place to take care of that stuff, as well as exchanges who aren't actively filing suspicious activity reports for any suspicious activities. So yeah, basically any crypto exchange that's operating in the US right now is going to be safe. They're not going to be affected. As far as your non-custodial wallets, which is basically any wallet that allows you to generate a seed phrase and own your keys. So that's things like Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, OneKey, MetaMask, Keystone, Trust Wallet, Phantom Wallet, Exodus Wallet. All these wallets are not affected by the Google Play ban. And in my opinion, this is extremely bullish for cold wallets in general. The fact that they are exempt from this crypto wallet ban. And the reason that they're exempt is because you just can't block cold wallets. They don't rely on the App Store to function. You don't need the App Store to use the app, although it is helpful. But crypto wallets rely solely, I won't say solely, but sorry, cold wallets rely mainly on blockchain technology. So basic functions like sending and receiving crypto rely on the blockchain. It doesn't rely on, the actual cold wallet app necessarily. And the reason that you can't ban cold wallets is because you can't ban the blockchain. Non-custodial wallets don't even hold any funds, so it doesn't fall under the, they don't have to adhere to things like AML and KYC laws, because cold wallets literally don't hold any crypto. They hold the keys that are used to access your crypto. They're also not money transmitters. Sure, they facilitate transactions, but they don't actually process payments. Cold wallets don't process any payments. Anything that happens in a cold wallet either occurs on the blockchain, or if you swap crypto or things like that, they use third-party partners to do that. So ultimately, you can't ban the blockchain. So yeah, that's where we're at with the cold wallet ban, or sorry, the crypto wallet ban on Google. Aside from that, this is the crypto hotline, the one and only crypto hotline. And we are here answering all of your crypto security, crypto fundamental questions live on air. All you have to do is drop a comment, and I will get to your question. All right, let's get back to it. Shout out to all the 250 viewers here. Thank you for joining us. I'm happy to have you all here. Let me find where we were in the chat. Quick question, is the music, is that an okay level? Okay. All right, here, let me just find, let me find where we were. All right, I think I skipped a little ahead. I'm going to go back a little more, but I'll just answer this question real quick. Tushar says, is keeping my crypto on my exchange just to get additional airdrop? I have my cold wallet too, but there is no airdrop on it. What do you do in this case? I'm not sure. You might be confusing. I don't know what you mean by airdrop. You can get airdrops on any wallet. You don't have to keep your crypto in an exchange to get an airdrop. That said, if you're talking about like earning rewards for holding your crypto on the exchange, you really have to decide if the amount of rewards you're earning is worth keeping your crypto on an exchange. understand the risks of keeping your crypto on an exchange. You don't actually own your crypto, you don't actually control it. The exchange can freeze your funds at any time, they can lock your account at any time. Exchanges get hacked all the time. It doesn't matter, you know, how reputable or how secure you think the exchange is. Most exchanges still use hot wallets to store at least a portion of the funds, and these hot wallets will always be at risk. So really, that's a decision you have to make. Personally, for me, there's no amount of rewards that is worth keeping my crypto on a centralized exchange where I don't control it. All of my crypto is stored in cold wallets. I think the most crypto I have on my exchange account is, I don't know, like 7 cents. I'm not even kidding. And that's just because I can't really get it off there. So yeah, that's what I would say about that. Okay. Gerardo says, have you thought about selling a cold wallet? Yes, I have. I have thought about making my own cold wallet. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into that, and it would require a lot of money that I don't have. However, you know, there are fundraisers and ways to do it. So it's definitely not out of the question. I have been brainstorming some stuff, but nothing is officially in the works yet. So. Ed says, how does this work for when we go to cash out in the bull run and we move from our cold storage into an exchange like Kraken and keep it there for several days or weeks waiting for a swap? Ed, I don't know why you'd have to wait several days or weeks. Like for me, when I transfer my crypto to Kraken, I can get it over there within a matter of minutes, and I can sell it in a matter of seconds, and I can have it in my bank account the same day. So yeah, you just send it over, sell it, and you're good to go. Another option is to, before you ever worry about getting it into an exchange, you can also just swap your crypto into a stable coin like USDT, and that way you'll effectively take profit because, you know, USDT is it's made to not be so volatile, so it's supposed to stick with the price of the US dollar. So you could take something like, let's say ETH, for example. Let's say you invested $5,000, you turn it into $10,000 and you want to take that profit. What you could do is just swap that ETH into USDT in your crypto wallet using the swap function. And then effectively you've taken the profit, like it's not going to go up or down because it's a stable coin. And then you can really send it to an exchange whenever you want and you'll be okay. So that's probably how I would go about it if you don't want to just send it directly to an exchange and cash out. Nikki Number says, is checking in on our cold wallets once a month really necessary? It's kind of up to you to decide. I think if you use your cold wallet the right way and like you don't connect it to any websites or anything and you just literally use it to store your crypto, you don't have any concerns as far as like someone accessing your wallet. And depending on what wallet you use, the only thing I will say is you probably want to at least do your firmware updates at most like every 3 months. But if you're using something like Tangem, it doesn't require firmware updates. You just need to update the app. Also, if you use a wallet that has a battery, you want to keep that battery in good working order. So that would be, charging it to only about 80% and then pulling it out maybe once every month or a few months to check the battery and recharge it if needed. Obviously, there's ways around that. Use wallets that don't have a battery, but those are just some things that I would consider. But I wouldn't say it's necessary to check your cold wallet. Like, they are meant for long-term storage. So yeah. Friend says, have you thought about doing a video on the importance of customized trusts, LLCs, and custody setup for digital assets? I haven't, only because that is obviously there is a market for that, and there are people who are interested in that. However, that's not my expertise, and that's something that's a lot more advanced that I would say the average user isn't necessarily looking to do. I'm not opposed to covering that kind of content, but for the audience that I talk to and for the people that I talk with, that's pretty advanced. Like, I'm more focused on the fundamentals, getting people into crypto safely and starting to store and manage their crypto safely. Whereas something like setting up an LLC and customized trusts is pretty advanced. Now, again, there's obvious interest in that stuff for certain people, but not for most people. Daniel says, "Do you trust staking Solana on Tangem?" Yeah, for sure. I mean, I've staked Solana on Tangem several times. There's obvious risks involved with staking in general, not just through Tangem, but just in general. And if you want to learn more about those risks, I have a video on that exact topic. If you just type in "how to stake crypto," Cyberskrilla on YouTube, I recently published that video, and I go over all the pros and cons of staking your crypto, what to watch out for, and I specifically talk about staking with Tangem and even show how to stake Solana. So, yeah. LTman says, "Good afternoon. If I have my crypto in an exchange like Robinhood, when I transfer my crypto to my cold wallet, what will happen with my information and access to the exchange?" I'm not sure what you mean. Nothing happens to your information. Like, it's all that's all withheld by the exchange. It's not like transferred to your cold wallet in any means, because the cold wallet doesn't necessarily have a way to like store that information. So yeah, I mean, nothing really changes. It's no different than if you went to the bank and withdrew some money. Like, nothing happens to your bank account. You just have less money in your bank. Jesse says, "What is wrong with Coinbase?" Like, Coinbase is just my least favorite crypto exchange, really because of the experience that I've had on there. I was a user for a couple years, several years, and then out of nowhere, and I never did anything different. I've always, sent crypto to the same wallets and things like that. And they froze my funds for well over a month, which was ridiculous because at the time I needed it that day, not, a month later. They also locked my friend's account for a year because someone tried to access his account, which is great, right? Because, it's like a security feature. However, when it came to getting support to unlock his account, well, it took him a year to get that support. He really had to work his way up the ladder, and eventually submitted basically a legal letter saying, threatening legal action if they didn't unlock his account. And Coinbase, I'd say, is probably the most sensitive crypto exchange out of all the exchanges. They are, from what I can tell from Reddit threads and Twitter posts, Coinbase is the most notorious exchange for freezing people's funds and locking their accounts. Even if, people don't do anything necessarily wrong. And that's why I stopped using Coinbase, and now I use Kraken, and Kraken has been great. So also, Coinbase fees are ridiculously high. They take advantage of users because they do have a lot of users, and a lot of people who are first getting into crypto go to Coinbase. And so they take advantage of those users by charging higher fees than other exchanges. Just not a company that I would ever want to support. But that's just my personal opinion. What is the best stable to convert your crypto to for ease? Would it be USDT, USC, or USDE? Personally, I use USDT. That's just what works best for me. And it's pretty simple. And I say USDT and USDC are both, readily available when you're swapping cryptocurrencies, just because they're more common. So I'd say those are both decent options. Warrior in Training said, "Will you tell why you will never use Coinbase again?" I just did. Hopefully I answered your question. Brando says, I have money on the exchange. I bought the ring and 2-card combo with your discount, but now I'm super nervous on using it. What to do? You just got to do it. You just have to rip off the Band-Aid. It's understandable to be nervous, but you're going to be nervous until you just do it, just like with anything new. There's not really anything to be nervous with. You're simply moving your crypto from one address on the blockchain to another address. I will say your first time moving crypto, just send a small amount, send $20 at first. Once your crypto arrives in a wallet, you know that you can do it well, you build up your confidence, and you can transfer the rest. And then just know when you're ready to transfer your crypto back to an exchange or something like that, it's literally the same process, but in reverse. It's super straightforward. And we all started where you started, Brando. I started back in 2020 when there weren't even like a lot of videos on how to do this stuff. And I was like you, I was pretty nervous to do it. But after I did it a few times, it just became, easy. And now I run a YouTube channel helping other people do the same thing. And I started in the exact same situation as you. So yeah, my advice is to just do it. You got to just do it. And it sounds like you're doing it the right way, which is approaching it with caution. And yeah, just start small and slow. There's no rush to get your crypto over. If it takes you a few days to get your crypto off an exchange, that's okay. Drago said, what is the sex what's a user-friendly sex that you use with your Tangem wallet? So the centralized exchange that I use is Kraken. B says, hello, what's going on, B? Arthur, glad you're on live. Enjoy the content. Thank you, Arthur. I had Sala disappear and then reappear in my Tangem wallet. Wonder if it happened to you. It's probably just a user interface error. It doesn't actually disappear from your wallet. That's not even possible. Just the display in your wallet. The Tangem app is lagging. It could be some kind of API connection issue. But there's no way, it's not technically possible for your crypto to disappear from your wallet and then reappear. On the blockchain, it's there and secure. Just because maybe you can't see it for a second doesn't mean that it's not there. Yapaka says, where do you buy crypto to then place in your cold wallet? So I buy my crypto on Kraken and then I send it to Tangem, for example. B says, do you ever use hot wallets? I use hot wallets all the time. I use Phantom and MetaMask mainly. And I use these for trading crypto because a lot of the crypto I buy, I have to get it on decentralized exchanges. And anytime you interact with a decentralized website, or rather just a website with your wallet where you're signing transactions, you don't want to use your main cold storage wallet because you risk signing a bad transaction that could open up your wallet to scammers who will steal your crypto. So anytime you're connecting your wallet to if you buy NFTs, so like an NFT marketplace or a decentralized crypto exchange like Uniswap, you really should be using a hot wallet or at least a separate cold wallet from your main cold storage wallet to avoid signing a malicious transaction with your main wallet where a majority of your crypto is held. So I do use hot wallets to connect to decentralized exchanges, and I also use them to mine crypto. There is a crypto that I'm mining currently. And yeah, I do that all through my hot wallet. And once I've got my crypto on my hot wallet, I'll send it to my cold wallet for safekeeping. And that's how I do it. B also said exchanges suck. Coinbase, especially Coinbase, they don't let you withdraw large amounts. So this is really person dependent, as well as like maybe where you're located. But the withdrawal amounts and things like that are usually determined on like your own profile and the KYC steps you've gone through. Some exchanges, I think like Coinbase or maybe Kraken, they have like 3 different like levels of verification you go through, and the more levels you go through, the higher your withdrawal limit is. So basically, the more information about them or about yourself that you give them, the higher your limits go. So for me, I have like an insane withdrawal limit of like, I want to say like $1 million or $10 million a month, which I've obviously never been able to take advantage of. That would be wonderful. But yeah, like your crypto exchange shouldn't have a low withdrawal amount if you've gone through all the KYC stuff. Cabri says, trying to remove Bitcoin from Coinbase right now, and they're making me redo my KYC. Yeah, usually if there's maybe something you changed with your, like that has to do with your KYC, if your ID has expired, if you change your name, if you had an address change, anything like that, they will make you redo your KYC. So yeah, I don't think that's too uncommon, but it is a pain in the butt. Drago said, do you know when Tangem is going to release the Tangem debit card? So the last I heard is they will release it by the end of the year, but only in Europe and the UK, I think. So it won't be in the United States this first year. It may come next year. The goal is to release Tangem Pay to the world, so you'll be able to spend your crypto at over 90 million Visa terminals worldwide. Obviously, that's going to take some time to roll out. He says, I got a ledger, might get Tangem for traveling, 20% sounds sweet. Yeah, so Tangem, to your point, B, is by far the best cold wallet to travel with, because, I mean, you can get it in a ring if you want to wear it as a ring, or you can get like the Stealth. This is my favorite Tangem wallet. It's the Stealth card. There's literally nothing on it. And this is by far the best wallet to travel with, not only because no one's going to know this is a cold wallet, but it's also resistant to EMPs, electrostatic discharge, as well as X-ray machines. So I've taken mine through airport security. I've traveled internationally with it. Have never had an issue with it getting stopped or anything, and it still works. So yeah, if you are looking for a cold wallet to travel with, there's no better wallet than Tangem, in my opinion. MetaGuide says, what's your opinion on Gemini? I don't know if I've ever used Gemini. However, I've heard that they're pretty sensitive, just like Coinbase. So they're quick to freeze people's funds and lock their account. That's just what I've heard. But I would say, try it out and see for yourself. Darren says, so if we already have an online wallet from a company you mentioned, what happens now? Nothing happens now. All the wallets that I've mentioned are going to be okay. Crypto Potato said, had a couple Tangem wallets and a Trezor Safe 3 for a while. Just ordered a Nano S Plus and a One Key Classic 1S Pure. Sucker for aesthetics of how each one looks. Yeah, definitely. You sound a lot like me, Crypto Potato. A lot of the wallets that I order, I don't necessarily need them. I'm just kind of like a nerd, and I like messing with the new technology and trying new wallets. So yeah, it's always fun to get a new wallet. Suzuki, wow, I just made it onto your live stream and had asked YouTube to send me an alert and I didn't get it. I think you mentioned that earlier, but yeah, I do appreciate you joining. Let's see. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through the chat here. I'm still about an hour behind, so I'm just seeing if there's any repeats that I've already done. I'm gonna try to catch up. Emmy says, do you prefer multi-sig? So I do not prefer using multi-sig wallets. I don't think they're necessary. I think they overcomplicate things, especially for like the average everyday user. I think you can easily secure your crypto with just getting a cold wallet. And if you want that extra security, just use a passphrase or a hidden wallet. But I think a multi-sig is just, in all honesty, just overcomplicated for a majority of crypto users. The strategist says, hello, legends. What's up, strategist? Cass Big Diesel says, I hear Tangem sucks. Yeah, you'll hear a lot of things on the internet. Doesn't mean that it's true. Hopefully you actually, do some research and learn about things for yourself rather than just listening to random people on the internet, myself included. And then your next comment, you say air gap is better. So air gap wallets are actually not more secure than a non-air gap wallet. Shift Crypto, who is the creator of the Bitbox hardware wallet brand, actually did a study on air gap wallets. And the conclusion was, yeah, they're not more secure. There are still attack vectors with air gap wallets. Also, air gap wallets are usually more difficult to use, especially for beginners, which can actually become a security risk. So they can actually be less secure in some cases, but air gap wallets, it's really a marketing thing more than an actual security advantage. So yeah, I would definitely recommend doing more research on that topic on both the Tangem and air gap wallets. And if you want to go check out that article about the air gap study that was done, just type in on Google Shift Crypto air gap wallets, and that study should pop up. It's pretty long, but it's definitely worth a read. What wallet would you recommend that you think is better than Tangem? Again, better is always going to be subjective, but I'll tell you just right off the top of my head, the top cold wallets that I use, that I enjoy using, that I recommend to like my friends and family, besides Tangem, is going to be any Ledger wallet. Specifically, I like the Ledger Flex. I think it's the most user-friendly, while still being affordable compared to like the Ledger Stacks. And then also the Trezor Safe 3 and Trezor Safe 5. Both are good wallets. Those would be my top choices. Olga says, hi, these live hotlines are a great idea and very useful. Thank you, Olga. I'm glad that you enjoy them. Suzuki says, what's a good self-custodial XRP wallet? Tangem is a good self-custodial XRP wallet. Nebula says, so happy to see you got over 100K subscribers. I knew it was going to happen sooner or later. Yes, thank you for noticing that. And yeah, actually, I got the plaque here, the 100K subscriber plaque, which is pretty cool. It says Cyber Skrilla. I guess that's backwards. But yeah, never thought I would get this. Was never really the goal, but it's pretty cool. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see. Someone said, is Uphold playing by the rules? Yes, they are. That's the only reason that they're available in the US. All right, I'm just scrolling through the chat quickly here. I'm trying to catch up. Here's a good question. In the future, do you foresee a point where one would have to do a KYC before buying a cold wallet device? I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I don't really see a point in doing that. We already give out some information. We have to give out our name, address, email. obviously to receive the wallet, but I don't see, according to the way that the laws work now and how they require exchanges to do KYC, since cold wallets don't actually hold any funds, there's no reason that we would need to KYC for a cold wallet. Kieran Williams, what do you think of Uphold as an exchange? Your views on them? I've only used Uphold like once or twice. Not a fan, and from a lot of other people that use Uphold, it seems like a lot of people have issues transferring crypto out of their Uphold account to external wallets. Not to say that you can't do it, I just heard that there's a lot of issues. So from what I've heard, maybe not the best exchange, but you could try it yourself and see. Felipe Santos says, really wanted to buy a wallet with your discount, but I'm still waiting for Tangem Pay. I think this will be a whole new set of cards, right? So Tangem Pay will be its own separate product. It'll be a card, or you don't even need to get a card. You can just use the Tangem Pay app. That said, Felipe, the Tangem Pay product is going to work with any wallet that you have, whether it's a Ledger, a Trezor, MetaMask, Trust Wallet, a current Tangem wallet. You're going to be able to use your current crypto wallet with Tangem Pay. So there's no reason to wait to secure your crypto. If you're waiting to get your crypto on a cold wallet, and you're in the US, you're going to be waiting a long time. So I would not wait, and I'd get your crypto off exchanges immediately and into a cold wallet like Tangem, knowing that you will be able to use it with Tangem Pay once it is released. MG says, can Tangem handle Lightning payments or receive Bitcoin? Can Tangem does not support Lightning, but yeah, of course you can receive and send Bitcoin using the Tangem wallet. D. Allen says, within days of installing Ledger Flex and bombarded every day with poison addresses, so you're receiving random crypto in your wallet. This isn't a risk. It doesn't mean your wallet's compromised. As long as you don't interact with those addresses or copy them to send crypto to, you're going to be okay. You should be able to hide a lot of those fake tokens. Unfortunately, if you have a crypto wallet, you are susceptible to people sending you random stuff because it's all public. So looks like Lena Ray is a new member. So shout out Lena for becoming a member of the channel. I really appreciate you. Thank you so much. James says, what is the best wallet that I can take all my stuff off of Kraken? Best is subjective. It really depends on what you're looking for, James. If it's your first cold wallet, I would check out Tangem, which is, if you see the little banner scrolling across the bottom of the screen, you can get 20% off of Tangem right now using the code CyberSkrilla. Stack it with Labor Day on Tangem.com. The only thing I will say, James, is whatever cold wallet you end up getting, you want to make sure that it supports the cryptocurrencies that you have on Kraken, because you're going to transfer them to your Tangem wallet. And you just go to Tangem.com, scroll about halfway down the page, and there will be a coin support section. And you can literally search for any cryptocurrencies in that section to see if the wallet supports your crypto. That's my recommendation. William says, I also moved my crypto to Tangem after watching your how-to videos about Tangem. You showed how easy it is, and I actually stopped using Keystone Wallet because Tangem is so much superior. Thank you. Yeah, William, thank you for sharing that. And it's a good point to make. Like, Keystone is a good wallet. It's an air-gapped wallet. So you prove my point that air-gapped wallets are, they're just not as user-friendly as non-air-gapped wallets, even though they're, they have cool security features. So yeah, it's not always just about how secure a wallet is, but you also want to consider how user-friendly it is. because ultimately that could be the downfall of your portfolio if you don't quite understand how to use your wallet. That can be a risk. So thank you for sharing that. Lightspeed said, how would you compare the Engrave Zero to Tangem in terms as well as security? I mean, obviously Tangem is going to be a lot more convenient, easier to use. The Engrave Zero, it's good for more advanced users. The setup is unique, how it lets you kind of randomly generate your own keys. Yeah, they're just two completely different wallets. You can't go wrong with both. But like if I was looking to use something more often, I'd probably lean towards Tangem. Maybe long-term storage goes something like Engrave. But both have a good track record. So, I mean, that's really all I have to say. Two completely different wallets. So, Lena says, there is a withdrawal hold on my Kraken account for 72 hours when I buy crypto. Is that normal? How can I get around the hold? Because I want to put my crypto in my cold wallet as soon as possible. Lena, this is a great question. And I did touch on it earlier. With Kraken specifically, your first purchase, there will always be a hold. So that 72 hours is normal. Once the 72 hours is up, you'll be able to transfer your crypto to your wallet. And you shouldn't have any holds after that. This is, at least on Kraken, this is usually a one-time thing. It's just part of the anti-money laundering process that they do. So yeah, once that 72 hours is up, you shouldn't have any issues. Caesar says, appreciate your vids. I binged insane amounts of your stuff the past week, and finally this Sunday felt wise enough to buy my first crypto and cold wallet. That's awesome. And you chose Tangem, by the way. So yeah, it sounds like you're doing everything right. I mean, it's insane to not just buy your first crypto, but already be putting it onto a cold wallet this early. I'd say you are on the right track, and I'm happy that I was able to at least help guide you in the right direction. Marquez says, I'm going to stick to Coinbase when it comes to investing in the crypto because my cash withdrawal limit is much higher versus Kraken. If I open up a Kraken Pro account, you can only send 100 million. Yeah, I'm not sure what to say about that. 100 million sounds like a pretty high withdrawal limit. So, yeah. Rick says, can trading on DEXs be tracked as easily on SEXs? No. So a DEX is decentralized. You don't have to, you literally don't put in any personal information. It's just purely, you sign a transaction with your wallet and that's it. You don't put in your name. You don't put in your address. You don't put in your social security number. You don't do any of that with decentralized exchanges. Suzuki says he wants to get a Ledger Stacks wallet, but want to see a how-to on it. Suzuki, you should watch my Ledger Stacks review video. If you just type in Ledger Stacks review on YouTube, and then also just type in Ledger Flex review. And I think in one of those videos, I definitely show the setup process, which is the same on both wallets. It'll also kind of show you the difference. But the Ledger Stacks and the Ledger Flex, and this is a Ledger Flex, by the way, some of the best cold wallets for beginners, because during the setup process, it walks you through through every step, and it tells you what you're doing and why you're doing it. So yeah, highly recommend it. JC says, greetings from El Salvador. Thank you for tuning in. Suzuki says, it kills me when people meet me and learn that I'm into crypto. The first thing that shoots out of their mouth is, what crypto do you have and how much of it? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I mean, if you can, you just don't tell people that you own crypto for a lot of reasons, but definitely don't tell them what you own or how much, mainly for security reasons. I mean, maybe it's different if, they're family, you can trust them, but you definitely don't want to put that information out there. Sonia, thanks for joining the live stream again. I know you were on the last one. You just bought your first coins, you try to move it to your wallet, and there's a 5-day hold. Will this happen every time I make a purchase? Happy Labor Day. Thank you. It shouldn't happen every time. Since this is your first purchase, this hold should really just be for the first time. You shouldn't have any issues after. No guarantees. But in most cases, yeah, this is a one-time thing. So once that 5 days is up, you should be good to go. Them Leo says Tangem seems to not work on all phones, especially Android on Motorola. So yeah, I mean, your phone, it does have to be, it does have to have full NFC support. My recommendation, especially if you have an Android phone, is just to download the Tangem app before you even buy the wallet. Make sure that, you can download it and that it looks good. And just double check that your phone has full NFC support using, just ask Google. And if it does, you should be good. JC says, what would happen if all of a sudden mobile devices were not allowed to release crypto apps like Tangem? Then you would just download it from outside of the App Store. So like directly from the website. CDS says, is CoinLedger a good tax software to use with Kenji? CoinLedger is what I use to do my crypto taxes. But let me see I'm not familiar with Kenji. Oh, it's a cryptocurrency. Yeah, I mean, you would just have to sign on. Let's see, Kenji Crypto. What blockchain is Kenji on? Kenji is on the Solana blockchain. So yeah, you could definitely use CoinLedger to file crypto taxes with a cryptocurrency like Kenji. If you want to learn how to do that, maybe you've already seen my video, but type in how to file crypto taxes on YouTube. My video should pop up. It should be on the top. And I show you exactly how to, safely connect your wallets and exchanges and generate the tax documents in that video. Also, to answer your question, yes, you can use CoinLedger with Tangem and really any cold wallet. Marcia says, can you please explain the difference between a hot and cold wallet? A hot wallet is a software-based wallet. So it only exists as an app, either on your phone or as a browser extension on your computer. So it is a self-custodial wallet, meaning self-custodial, you own the keys to your crypto. So you get a seed phrase and you're in control of your crypto. However, with a hot wallet, that key is stored in the software on your internet connected device, like your phone or computer, which leaves it susceptible to hacks. Like if you download malware onto your computer, or someone has some kind of like spyware on your computer, they could potentially access your keys and then steal all of your crypto. And this has happened a lot of times. And that's why cold wallets were invented, which is a physical device that stores your keys offline in a secure hack-proof environment. Again, both hot and cold wallets allow you to own and control your keys. It's just the method for storing your keys that makes them different. A hot wallet is less secure. A cold wallet is the most secure. Is it true that we never connect our cold wallets? You recommend we never connect our cold wallet to the internet? So I'd never recommend signing crypto transactions on websites with your dedicated cold wallet, because you could sign a malicious transaction approval. With a lot of transactions with your wallet, like when you connect it to external websites, you have to sign something called a spend approval, which is normal. And this is basically saying, telling the platform, hey, you can take this amount of crypto that we agreed upon, and in exchange, you're going to give me this. But oftentimes, especially if you're new to crypto, you could land on a malicious website, and that spend approval could actually be a bad one. And you could actually tell the contract, like, hey, you could just take all my crypto and give me nothing. So you wouldn't want to connect your main cold storage wallet. You'd want to use a separate wallet with just the right amount of crypto on it to do the transaction or whatever. So yeah, you never want to connect your cold wallet to the internet by signing transactions, because once you do that, you turn it into a hot wallet. Salt Light says, can my XRP be compromised indirectly through email breaches, bank app data leaks, or device monitoring? Or is the only real attack vector giving up my seed phrase? Yeah, so XRP doesn't have anything to do with your bank or even your email or your device, assuming you're using a cold wallet. So yeah, really the key thing with crypto security is keeping your keys safe. So keeping your seed phrase safe, which means you don't enter it anywhere online ever, not for any reason. And you also don't want to use a hot wallet because that would be susceptible to like a device monitoring thing where someone could potentially find your keys. That's why you want to use a cold wallet. Jamie says, hi, Skrilla, I swapped some crypto in my Tangem. Is that bad? No, using the native swap function in your cold wallet app is safe to do. BP says, when will Trezor start accepting discount codes for wallets again? Yeah, unfortunately, like a year ago, I was bringing so many people to Trezor through discount codes that they actually like banned discount codes for me for sure. But I think they really limited using discount codes in general, especially when people started sharing my code on Reddit, which was absolutely ridiculous. And I mean, I went all the way up to the CEO of the company and explained, why that was ridiculous and how that was out of my control. And he basically told me tough luck. So yeah, working with Trezor has not been the best experience. And it is unfortunate that they don't offer discount codes because, I don't know, I guess because they don't want customers. I really don't know why. I like Trezor. I like their wallets. But yeah, as far as I know, they won't be offering discount codes like for YouTubers like myself, at least, for whatever reason. Suzuki said, what is the official Tangem wallet website? Is tangem.com. It's down here. Yeah. Grayman Corp says, did you look into the Kai Tangem card? I didn't. Honestly, I'm not interested in like that crypto or that crypto design of a card. I like the normal stealth Tangem wallet, the one without anything on it. That's kind of my thing. And I probably won't be investing in that crypto. I kind of already have my bags packed. And yeah, just leaning into my conviction at this point. Does anyone know if Tangem is open source? The Tangem app is 100% open source. Tangem's firmware is not open source. Melb says, I just set up my Tangem wallet. I transferred $5 in crypto, just to make sure it worked. I only received $2. Did I do something wrong? Or will I lose more than half sending it to Tangem? So $5 is a really small amount. And, there's a lot of things that go into determining why you lost that amount of crypto. But there are several fees you're paying potentially when you send crypto. The main fee is the blockchain fee. So like if you send crypto on the Ethereum network, for example, Ethereum as a network has pretty high fees, especially when the network is busy. So you could easily pay $5, $10, $20 in transfer fees just for transferring crypto on the Ethereum network. It has nothing to do with Tangem or the wallet you're using. That's just the price you pay to use crypto. Same thing with Bitcoin. Bitcoin has high network fees. But the good thing is whether you transfer $5 worth of crypto or $5 million worth of crypto, that's not going to change how much the fee is. So if you transfer $5 million worth of Bitcoin, doesn't mean you're paying $2.5 million in transaction fees. The fees are still going to be relatively the same. So it looks like a big chunk because you only transfer $5. But again, it really just depends on the network you're using to transfer it. Appreciate your donation and appreciate you, Skrilla. Alpha Updates. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Also forgot to thank Grayman Corpse for the super chat as well. I appreciate you, brother. Getting ready to see the 50th anniversary of Jaws. Nice. I think the last time I saw Jaws is when I was a kid, the original one. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's I don't know, it's always hit or miss when they redo movies, but I guess if it's just the original movie and it's just anniversary, then it's still going to be good. But if it's a remake, then it could be hit or miss. Is MetaMask safe from the ban? Yes, it is. Let's see here. I'm trying to quickly catch up here. I think I'm making some here's a good question from Marsha. Can you explain the purpose and use for Ledger Live? So all cold wallets, you have to use an app. Because cold wallets aren't connected to the internet, therefore there's no way for them to communicate with the blockchain where crypto lives. So you have to have kind of like a middleman, and that middleman is the wallet's app. So Ledger Live is the middleman for Ledger hardware wallets. And the way it works is basically, let's say you sign a transaction on the blockchain. The blockchain takes that transaction data, sends it to your Ledger Live app. The Ledger Live app communicates that to your Ledger Wallet device. You then sign the transaction offline in a secure environment on your Ledger hardware wallet. It then sends that information and that approval back to your Ledger Live app, which then sends it to the blockchain. So ultimately, it's just a way to keep your cold wallet cold. And yeah, that's just how it works. So ultimately, apps like Ledger Live, the Tangem app, Trezor Suite, all these cold wallet apps are just how you manage your crypto. Suzuki says, if our mobile device is hacked, are your Tangem card wallets compromised? No, they are not, because the keys are stored offline on the card. So, yeah, there's no way that the hack or the malware would get to your cards, because your keys live inside a secure element chip, which is immune to those kind of threats. Needs the Light said, shows Tangem and set up last week with your help. Awesome. Glad to hear that you did that successfully. A friend says, when do you believe Tangem will offer cost basis info more consistently in the app? Seems this info would be important when deciding amounts to sell. So in order for a cold wallet app to tell you your profit and loss and your cost basis, that would require it to basically track every single thing you're doing. So you'd have to connect it to the crypto exchange you use. It'd have to know at what price you bought it for, all that stuff. So you have to be careful what you're asking for, because this would require a lot more information about you as a person. And that's why I know Cold Wallet offers like cost basis and profit and loss. You need to use a third-party app. If you go to coinledger.io, they have a portfolio tracker that you can use if that's something you want to do. Someone says, Linda, does Robinhood allow transfer to Cold Wallet? Yes, it does. Power of Publish 2.0. What's going on, my friend? Brian I think you have another comment down here. Suzuki says you're way behind on the live stream comments. Yes, I am. I get so many comments on here. That's just how it always goes. I'm getting a little bit closer though. Brent says, thank you for offering guidance on how to file taxes with Tangem and Uphold that don't offer 1099s. As we get closer to January, I appreciate any updates at the time. Refer to all my friends. Awesome. I appreciate you. And yeah, I do have the how to file crypto taxes video on YouTube if any of you are curious how to do that. Brian says, have you reviewed the Cold Card Q? No, I have not. I don't own that wallet. Ranil says, is it safe to buy crypto on Tangem wallet? By the way, I used your discount code for Tangem and got my card. I love the cold wallet and my crypto is secured. Awesome. Glad to hear that. And yes, it is safe to buy crypto directly on Tangem. You're just going to pay higher fees because those third parties that Tangem uses, they do charge higher fees versus if you just buy your crypto directly on an exchange, but it is safe to do. Let's see. Just checking some things here. Give me a second. Samuel says, what discounts on wallets are still active? So right now, the only... so for any wallet basically on the market, you can use my code CyberSkrilla. That'll get you some kind of discount. But Tangem right now is having a Labor Day sale. Just let me bring that up. Any of you who are curious. Right now, this sale goes until September 7th. You can get 20% off your Tangem wallet order. You also get free shipping on orders over $89. Just use the two codes that are scrolling across the bottom of the screen here. CyberSkrilla, that's one code, and then enter the other code, Labor Day. Both are 10% off, so that'll get you 20% off your entire order. So you can literally pick up a Tangem wallet. You can become your own bank today, secure your crypto, get it off exchanges for $43. Well worth the price in my opinion. Again, just go to tangem.com. That information is down here at the bottom of the screen, scrolling across the screen. Go to tangem.com, tap get your wallet, and then just enter those two discount codes and you got 20% off. Let's see. Silver Meridian X says Tangem's a 10 out of 10. I wouldn't say any cold wallet on the market right now is a 10 out of 10. I would say Tangem is close. I'd give Tangem like an 8 out of 10 personally, just because there's a lot of room for improvement in the crypto wallet space in general. But yes, I would agree it ranks among the top. Shout out to Anthony, one of our OG subscribers on the channel, comments on literally every single video that I post, and now my live stream. So shout out to Anthony. Charles said he has Bitcoin on Kraken and Gemini and Coinbase and is ready to put them in cold storage. Charles sounds like a very smart person. And Charles has a Ledger Stacks and a Tangem wallet available. Wondering if he should split his Bitcoin between the two. Charles, I think it's a good idea to diversify your crypto. Not because, the wallets aren't necessarily secure, but mainly in case, you do slip up, you make a mistake and something happens, you don't lose all of your crypto. So it's really up to you, but personally, I do have my crypto diversified into different cold wallets. So I don't think it's a bad idea. Suzuki said he went, or her, him or her, not sure, went with the Tangem wallet. That's a good choice. If you're just getting into cold wallets and you really want to become your own bank and stop, letting these centralized entities like any crypto exchange, Coinbase, all of them. If you want to get your crypto off those exchanges and into your own control, but you're kind of hesitant because, cold wallets sound scary, I'm telling you right now, Tangem is going to be the wallet that you want. It's by far the easiest to use. So. Why are exchanges so limited in NYC? Just it really depends. I know NYC is currently the worst state for crypto exchanges. They have very few options. Coinbase, I think Gemini, maybe, probably a couple others. Just the way it is. Hopefully, they get their crap together though. C Diaz says, "Hey, what's cheaper to buy your crypto on, Robinhood or Kraken?" I don't know because I don't buy crypto on Robinhood, but I would guess that Kraken Pro, which is the same account you use to sign into just Kraken, is probably the cheaper option. Osvaldo says, Trezor is going to lose money then. Laugh aloud. I use your code for Engrave. Yeah, Trezor, they probably did lose a lot of customers once they got rid of their discount code, because I did make that public because everyone was asking me what happened, and I try to be as transparent as possible, and they removed the code and I was upset about it. Just for your sake, I'm still a Trezor affiliate, so if you use my link to buy a Trezor wallet, I still get a small commission at no extra cost to whoever uses the link. But what pisses me off now is that the customers have to suffer because I brought them too many customers. It's just a really weird way of doing business, in my opinion. Also, are you going to make a Gemini XRP card review? Possibly. That's something I'll look into. Hina says, are you offboarding with the Tangem app? I'm not. I don't usually sell crypto through the Tangem app because the fees through their third-party exchanges are higher. I send my crypto to my preferred exchange, which is Kraken, and I sell there. I can literally do that in a matter of minutes and have my cash in my bank account the same day. Waldemar says, so guess what? I transferred my Velo from Uphold to my Tangem wallet using the Stellar network on both ends. Followed the process and lost all my Velo. Gone. If you follow the process, you didn't lose your Velo. I bet there's something you're missing. You might. Let me pull up my Tangem app real quick and see if I can maybe figure out where you skipped a step. Let me see. So on the Tangem app, Waldemar, when you go to the Manage Tokens tab, as I'm sure you know, there are two available networks. There's the BNB Smart Chain and there's the Stellar network. I would say make sure you have both of those enabled just to see if maybe it landed on one of the networks you didn't mean to send it to. Like maybe you sent it to the Stellar network, like you said, but you enabled the BNB Smart Chain network in the Tangem app or something like that. Sometimes I've seen this with other people who thought they lost their crypto, but they really just had the wrong network enabled on their wallet. So I would try enabling both networks. Also, if you know how to check the blockchain, which you would just basically take your Velo wallet address and enter it into, just type in like Velo Blockchain Explorer on Google, enter your wallet address. You'll be able to view all of your transactions, and that will actually tell you if your Velo is sitting in your wallet or not. The blockchain is the truth teller. That's where you go to check all your transactions. But if you did it the right way, then there's no way that it wouldn't be in your wallet. That's literally, it's technically not even possible. So it sounds like you maybe skipped a step and you're just not seeing it. Halo Pine says, when can we send money from Cold Wallet direct to bank? That's not possible because Cold Wallets don't hold fiat. It only holds cryptocurrency. Well, they don't hold anything. They hold the keys that are used to access your crypto on the blockchain. So it's just not possible. You have to sell your crypto to fiat, and to do that, you need to use a platform that does that. So 892 says, what do you think of staking on the Ledger Live app? I think it's completely fine if that's what you want to do, as long as you understand the risks of staking in general. Noni1 says, what happens if I out my 24-word seed phrase on a different wallet than the one I created? So you can import your seed phrase into any wallet if you want to, not a problem with that. Just make sure like you keep your seed phrase cold. Like you wouldn't want to import a hot wallet seed phrase into a cold wallet. It defeats the purpose because you're still using a hot wallet seed phrase. You also wouldn't want to import your cold wallet seed phrase into a hot wallet because then you're making it hot. But like importing a cold wallet seed phrase into another cold wallet is fine, and there's nothing wrong with that. Tina says, interacted with Ledger for the first time in a while. So complicated compared to Tangem. Yeah, like Ledger Live, there's definitely more options, especially because like if you're on the desktop browser, it can seem like a lot's going on compared to Tangem. HG says, is Tangem banned? No cold wallets are banned. Suzuki says, you can hire me cheap to help catch up on live stream comments. I work for XRP, 1 per comment answered. Appreciate the offer, but I am good. Thank you. IMDSM said, what are your thoughts on virtual ecosystem? Do you invest in the agents? No idea what that is. Is there a desktop app for Tangem? Asks Marcos. No, there is not. Tangem is a mobile-only cold wallet. Tina says, checking transactions on the blockchain is like getting to look under the hood. I've learned a lot doing this. Exactly. The blockchain is literally where every crypto transaction exists, and it tells you the whole truth and nothing but the truth. So, Diego says, what's the difference between Kraken and Kraken Pro? Kraken is the exchange. Kraken Pro is a trading platform where you just have more control over your trades, and there's lower fees. Kraken Pro is free to use. Also, it's literally the same login information. So like if you just set up a Kraken account, you can just go to Kraken Pro and sign in with your login information, and you get lower fees for trades. Jamie says, is it okay to have my XRP in my Robinhood wallet as far as cold storage and or with everything going on? Just move it from the Robinhood exchange to Robinhood wallet, or should I go a different route? So the Robinhood wallet is not a cold wallet, Jamie. It's a hot wallet. If your goal is to secure your XRP and have full control of it, you want to get a cold wallet. For you, I would recommend Tangem, which does support XRP. And all you need to use it is an NFC iOS or Android mobile device, which is most phones on the market today. And that's the one that's linked down here on the bottom of the screen. There is a sale right now. You get 20% off if you use the 2 codes on tangem.com. And I have an entire playlist on my channel dedicated to using the Tangem wallet. So that would be my recommendation if you're looking to secure your XRP. That would be the route that I go. So yeah. Let me know if you have any more questions about Tangem specifically or cold wallets. Friends, last question. Do you personally swap crypto in Tangem? The vid glitch when you answered this previously. So swapping crypto and buying and selling crypto in Tangem are all different things. I do swap crypto in Tangem because I found that the fees are comparable to swapping on an exchange like Kraken. But I don't buy or sell crypto in the Tangem app because the fees are higher than if I just send to Kraken and do it there. All right, but if you're just tuning in, just real quick, there is a Labor Day sale going on for one of my favorite cold wallets, and it's the best cold wallet for beginners. If you have any questions, go to my channel. I have a Tangem wallet playlist on the channel. That's where you'll want to go. Oh, but yeah, you get 20% off the Tangem wallet, which is this guy right here. This is, in my opinion, the best cold wallet for beginners. And all you have to do is go to tangem.com, enter the 2 codes at checkout, which is Cyber Skrilla and then Labor Day. Those are both 10% off. So you get 20% off. And yeah, if you're looking to become your own bank, get your crypto off of exchanges, which are vulnerable to having your funds being frozen, your account being locked, the exchange being hacked, the exchange shutting down, the exchange app disappearing from the app store, all these things that could happen, you can eliminate those threats by simply taking control of your crypto and putting it into your own cold wallet. And again, if you're new to cold wallets, I think Tangem is the best way to get your feet wet. Jamie says, if I'm using Robinhood Exchange. Jamie, if you're using Robinhood Exchange, what you want to do is get a cold wallet and send your crypto from Robinhood to your cold wallet. That's what you want to do. Marcos de Pablo says, I already use Tangem. Which would be your next choice of cold wallet? I want to have a different one for diversification. If you don't want to go, if you don't want to get another Tangem wallet, Marcos, I would just go, personally, I would go with Ledger. I like the Ledger Flex, which is this guy right here. It supports a lot of cryptocurrencies like Tangem. This also works with both mobile and desktop devices, but I would go with the Ledger Flex. If you want to see my review of this, I actually have the link to the review in the description of this live stream. And if you use the link on any of my reviews or in this description, you get $10 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy a Ledger wallet. But really, any Ledger wallet would probably be my next choice after Tangem. And shout out to Tina Lou. Thank you for the super chat. Very generous of you. Thank you for tuning in and for all the good questions. You rock. Death Spawn says, hello and happy Labor Day, everyone. I hope you're doing well with the heat. Which wallets are banned? I have Tangem now, decent. Tangem, I was surprised. I love it. So yeah, no cold wallets are banned. Death Spawn. All your cold wallets, Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, Decent, they're all exempt from the ban. The only thing the ban is affecting is centralized crypto exchanges, more specifically crypto exchanges who aren't playing by the rules, which are ones that aren't adhering to anti-money laundering and know your customer laws and things like that. So most exchanges that are operating, in the US right now, and most tier 1 exchanges, which are the popular exchanges, will not be affected either. As far as Decent Wallet Death Spawn, I do not like Decent Wallet. I'm going to tell you that right now. It's a completely closed source wallet, meaning there's no way to confirm or verify that any claims the company makes is true. Only the company knows it. So no external developers or security experts can go and review the code to determine if it's actually safe to use. So that's why I don't recommend Decent to anyone. I own a Decent wallet. I don't use it, and I don't recommend it. And the reason you see people recommend it is because they pay YouTubers and other influencers literally just to publish videos. So that's all I'll say about that. Journey T says, what is the risk of staking? Kraken asked me if I wanted to stake. I recommend you go watch my video. Just type it on YouTube, how to stake crypto, and my video will pop up. In that video, I cover all the risks of staking and how to do it as securely as possible. That would be my best advice. Jim Goose says, do you sell your crypto straight to fiat or swap to stablecoin first? Most of the times I just sell it straight for fiat because I want it in my bank account as soon as possible. So it wouldn't make much sense to swap it to a stablecoin first and pay the extra fee when I could just send it straight to the exchange, sell it for fiat, and be done with it. Now, if you want to keep your crypto, if you want to keep your profits in crypto, then yes, swapping to a stablecoin would be a good option. Or if it's the middle of a bull run and maybe the exchanges are having technical issues, one way to get around the fear of not being able to cash out your profit is to swap it for a stable coin And that way you've already taken profit, and then you can send it to an exchange once the heat dies down. But as of right now, where the market's at and where we're at, I've just been swapping my crypto straight for fiat. Brian says, just found out Kraken is available in Washington State in June. Is this true? Yes, it is. Currently, the only state Kraken isn't available in now is New York. Someone said, is Bybit banned? No, they are not. Deathspawn says, okay, I will get Ledger Flex. I have seen a few problems with it, and I trust your suggestion. Yeah, I think you're referring to Decent. There are some concerns with Decent. But again, yeah, if you want to get Ledger Flex and you want some free Bitcoin, definitely use the link in the description of this live stream, or go and check out my Ledger Flex review on YouTube. Jamie says, is there any cold wallet that are not physical? If so, what would you recommend? No, the reason cold wallets are cold wallets is because they are physical. That's how they're cold. They're completely separate devices that hold your keys offline. That's the point of a cold wallet. The closest thing that you're going to get is Tangem. This is a cold wallet. It's literally just a card, and the only thing you need to use it is your phone, and you just scan it, and that's how you access your crypto. That's how you transact. That's how you do everything. All you need are these two things. This is going to be your best bet, and the closest thing you'll get to not having a physical product, even though it is just a card, Jamie. Again, I'm telling you, Tangem is the way you want to go. It sounds like it's the perfect wallet for you, assuming it supports the crypto that you plan to hold. So yeah. Jim says, thanks for all the info. You are very welcome, Jim. Thank you for hanging out with us on the live stream. Stank says, how are you getting around capital gains? I don't get around capital gains. I pay my taxes. That's how I do capital gains. If I make money, then I have to pay capital gains. If I lose money, then it offsets any gains. That said, one way you can kind of get around it, and I'm not a tax advisor or anything like that, but obviously you pay less with long-term capital gains, which would be if you held your assets for more than a year. And a lot of my crypto I hold for several years, so that would be one way you could pay less taxes on any profits that you make, is if you hold longer. Obviously, this isn't always possible because the half-life of some cryptocurrencies, especially like volatile meme coins, are it could be weeks or even days. So obviously you wouldn't want to hold those for years just to get take advantage of long-term capital gains. So it really just depends. Again, if you're looking for specific advice on how to reduce the taxes you pay on any crypto gains, I would reach out to a tax advisor. A lot of them will give you like a free consultation, especially around tax season. If you want to start reaching out like December, January, use there's platforms like coinledger.io, which is what I use, or just look for someone locally who maybe can give you advice on dealing with capital gains. Samuel says long-term holding is the best way. I would agree that's probably the easiest way to pay less, but again, it's not always possible. So, all right. Once again, thank you to all the 227 people who are in here with us in the live stream. Shout out to all the viewers here. Thank you for joining us here on the Crypto Hotline. Truly the one and only crypto hotline in the entire world. As far as I know, there's nowhere else where you can get 24, well, I won't say 24/7, but there's nowhere else who is answering questions like this live as they come in. So I hope it's valuable to all of you, and that's always the goal. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. We're gonna have a quick intercession here. Let's reset the room. Let's pump up the jams. This song is called "Let Me Tell You" by Jimmy Edgar, the classic. you're just joining, welcome to the Crypto Hotline, the one and only crypto customer live stream in the entire world. Any questions you have about crypto, crypto wallet, crypto security, crypto exchanges, pretty much everything except for investment advice. I'm here to help. I'm answering your questions live. So feel free to drop them in the chat. Taking a quick intercession here, just resetting the room, and we will get back to the live Q&A. Shout out to everyone over on X. We are live on both X and YouTube right now. Down. What's going on? What's everyone up to? What is going on here? I think my power just went out for like a split second. That was kind of crazy. Okay, all right. Let's see where we're at. Looks like everything is down right now. ETH is down 4%. Solana's down 4%. XRP is down 3%. But that's okay because next month is Uptober. It will be a month full of green candles and just pure bullishness. Hopefully you're ready for the chaos. Hopefully you have your crypto off exchanges in your own custody on a cold wallet. But that said, let's get back to the live Q&A chat. This is the Crypto Hotline, the one and only Crypto Hotline, answering your questions live on air. Brian said, your channel's the best. Thank you, Brian. Definitely not the best, but I try my best to provide value, so thank you. Tank says, where do you see WLFI going? Big investor made their money today, but what about the small fries? Honestly, I don't know like enough about the token. I just kind of stopped looking into all these celebrity launches and things like that, which because it's always the same case. There's always insiders, and 99% of the people who buy always lose money. I don't see why it would be any different. The music that I was playing was, yeah, I guess you could call it kind of house music. It's by an artist called, his name is Jimmy Edgar. Nin says, hello, what's up, Nin? Bitcoin Barber, I'm getting ready for Mailbag Monday on the Jack Mallers show. I'm not sure what that is. Bitcoin is in cold storage. That's what I like to hear. Crystal says, if one of your coins are dusted in your wallet, are the other coins in your wallet compromised too? Dusting attack isn't a wallet compromise or a compromise of any kind. A dusting attack is basically, there's two ways that it could affect you. The first way, if you copy your wallet's receiving address from its transaction history, their hope is that you'll copy their wallet address because they try to make it look similar to yours, and accidentally send your crypto to their address. That's one way. Another way is if you receive like a random crypto or NFT in your wallet, their hope is that you'll click on that token and you'll try to sell it or something. Then you won't be able to sell it. And on that token, like in the description or in the memo tag, there will be a link to a website, and it'll have you go to that website to claim your crypto. And on that website is where you'll get scammed. So those are really the two ways how your wallet would be compromised. They can also use your dust tokens to track where your crypto goes. Like they could send you a small amount of XRP or something, and then when you send that XRP like to an exchange, they know what exchange you use, and then they can start reverse engineering, social engineering scams, and start sending you emails if they can get your email, pretending to be the exchange that they know you use. So those are just some ways. But simply having like random tokens appear in your wallet doesn't mean your wallet's compromised in any way, because anyone can send you tokens to your wallet. Bitcoin Barber, what is your favorite cold storage wallet? Hands down. It's hard to like actually say a favorite because I have favorites for different things. Like for everyday use, my favorite is Tangem. But in general, I really like the Ledger Flex. Also, I like using something like the Trezor Safe 3 for long-term storage. It doesn't have a battery, which is nice. So yeah, it really just depends. But I'd say like Tangem, Ledger, Trezor, and maybe even like OneKey are probably my top wallet brands that I like. Jamie, I've already answered your questions about cold wallets that are not hardware. A cold wallet can't be, a cold wallet has to be hardware. That's why it's cold. It's a physical device that keeps your keys offline. And the only way to keep it offline is to have it not on your internet connected device. Again, this is the closest thing you're going to get to a cold wallet that doesn't have hardware. It's Tangem. It's just a card. The only thing you need to use it is your phone. That's simple. So hopefully that answers your question. Death Spawn says, I'm watching the markets from stocks, commodities, energy, tech, crypto, bonds, and ETFs. You're basically watching it all, Death Spawn, and listening to you live and cooking. What are you cooking up? Because I'm hungry. Better have some protein in it. I'll tell you that. Kurt says, do you believe Caspa, like a lot of these other people that keep trying to keep the hope alive? I don't have a comment on that, Kurt. I don't have anything to say about Caspa. Thoughts on USD1, not political. I don't have any thoughts on USD1, Sean, just because I'm not informed on USD1. Bitcoin Barber says, sweet indeed. Owl Minivera. So you don't stake. I have staked. I stake Solana on my Tangem wallet, but really just to test things out and try things. I don't actually stake as a way to earn money. The amount of crypto you'd have to stake to earn like a significant amount of money would be a lot of money. Just like anytime you invest like in things with small returns, like on average, you're getting like, I don't know, 4 to 7% annual returns on anything you stake. So if you're only staking $1,000, you're getting what, like $40, which isn't terrible, but it's not the greatest thing. So you really have to weigh the risk versus reward. I'd much rather have the instant like capital to sell. Like, why would I stake $1,000 worth of Solana to earn $40 over the year when I could potentially sell that Solana for double or even triple what I bought it at and I basically don't want to miss that opportunity by having it locked up in a staking contract because it could take a few days to unstake it. So just things like that I like to think of. Inhale, exhale says, so put all your crypto on a cold wallet and not an exchange. That is 100% correct. Only use exchanges to buy and sell crypto. But when it comes to securing your crypto, you want to be your own bank. You want to remain in full control. And the way you do that is using a cold wallet. Journey T says, I'm a DJ in Houston. That's super cool. And I like a huge fan of down south music. I don't know if you listen to anything else besides house, but I like a lot of like southern rappers like Zero. There's classics like Paul Wall, things like that. But huge fan of down south music. Never been to Houston. I've only been to Austin, Texas. But anyway, you said keep the house beats. Had a Labor Day pool party day. That's super cool. Rain on the last 30 minutes. It happens. And you played some deep house tracks. I bet that was a good time. Bitcoin Barber says, I love my Tangem. I think most of us do. Alan says he's cooking up some Bitcoin. How do you cook Bitcoin, Alan? What do you know that we don't? Let's see. Owl Minerva cannot read today. You play any little bubble. Thank you for answering my question. Appreciate your answers. You can also lend it and have immediate access to it. 100% agree on staking risks and time delays. Yeah, I do like little bubble. I just have to be careful with what I play on here because I don't want to get any copyright strikes. So I do play, I try to play copyright-free music. So John says, can you explain bridging? So bridging is basically how you move one cryptocurrency to another blockchain network. And yeah, you basically just use a bridging platform to do that. Like maybe you want like a certain token that's on Ethereum and you want to get it on BNB or something, you'd have to bridge to do that. Bitcoin Barber says, okay, tough question. Can you self-custody a basket with 10 different coins in it? What do you mean by basket? There's no limit to how many coins you can self-custody, if that's your question. Journey said, Owl, have not played Little Bubble. Little Bubble is a crypto artist. So if the people at your pool parties are into crypto, some of the music is actually pretty, some of it's funny, but it's actually good music. Death Spawn says he's cooking up ribeye steaks. I just bought a whole chunk of meat and cut 21 ribeyes from it. And I buy it in bulk so that you save a bunch of money. So I'm with you on the ribeye. Medium rare is perfect with beans, mashed garlic, potatoes, mixed veggies with a 6-pack of IPA beer, which you can send a picture. But love cooking, good therapy, good for the soul. Absolutely. Yeah, that sounds really good. I'll probably cook ribeye tonight too. Bitcoin Barber, I don't know what your question is. But you can self-custody 10 different coins on a single wallet if that's what you want to do. Let's see what we got here. Shout out to the 171 viewers. It's about dinner time, so I'm assuming some people are logging off, go be with their family. Let's see what's going on over on Twitter. We are live on YouTube and Twitter right now. So shout out to everyone over on Twitter. We have a majority of our viewers are on Twitter, 106 of you. So I appreciate all of you over there. If you want to like and retweet this live stream, would be awesome. On Twitter, I'm talking to you. If not, that's fine too. I'll just cry later. Antoine says, is this the bear market or alt season isn't over yet? No idea, my friend. No idea. Chris says, please comment on Pure Wallet. I don't have anything to say about Pure Wallet, except that it's not a true cold wallet from my initial Google search. That's all I will say. Let me check something here. Oh my gosh. What is going on here? Interesting. Very interesting. The Dutch dude said he probably talked about it by now, but do you think the WLFi coin is just a scam? I think that there were a lot of insiders, probably, like there always is, and it's not something that I will be buying. That's just my opinion. But yeah, looks like we're all just chilling. And I'm going to reset the room here. We're going to play some Jimmy Edgar. And if you want to vibe out for a minute, that's cool. But here we go. All right, we're back. We are back. We are back with it. Death Spawn, do you drink beer? If so, which one's your favorite? Also, what do you think about the debit cards coming for Gemini and Uphold with the 4%? Curious. I do drink beer, but like not often at all. Like maybe once every 3 or 6 months. I enjoy it. It's just not something I do often. I drink a lot of coffee. So that's probably like my main thing. As far as the debit cards, I think the debit cards are cool. Credit cards, I don't actually really use credit cards or believe in credit cards. But maybe if I earned like crypto back on credit cards, I would consider using one. But I am pretty excited for the Tangem Pay debit card, which will allow you to spend crypto from any crypto wallet that you have at over 90 million Visa terminals around the world. That's probably what I'm most excited for. What is this? That Dutch dude. If you're referring to the token launch, yeah, it's not something that I'm going to be buying. And if you're just joining us, just a little recap. We were talking about Google's crypto wallet ban, which is happening the end of October. And a lot of people were concerned that the crypto wallets they're using, whether it was a hot wallet like MetaMask or Phantom, or their cold wallet, Ledger Tangem, were going to be banned. Fortunately, that's not the case. And let me bring this up right here and I'll kind of walk you through what we went through earlier. So, that's not what I want. So it was announced on August 13 that Google Play Store was banning crypto wallets in 15 jurisdictions, which includes the US and the EU. And the requirements, the initial announcement, apparently apply to both custodial and non-custodial wallets, which means basically that covers all crypto wallets, crypto exchanges, hot wallets, hardware wallets, that covers all of them. And this was a message directly from the Google Play Help Center. And it basically was just explaining what cryptocurrency exchanges and software wallets, the ones that they were banning, which are platforms used for the purchase, holding, or exchange of cryptocurrencies. And they were banning them if they weren't conducted through certified services in regulated jurisdictions. So basically, they have to be adhering to anti-money laundering and know your customer laws, things like that. And if they aren't, then they would be banned. Now, the reason that this would have been an issue for like basically any crypto wallet brand, especially cold wallets, is that would mean they would have to implement anti-money laundering, suspicious activity reports, and KYC procedures, basically all the same things that crypto exchanges already require to operate, at least in the US. That would also mean that they'd have to get a state transmitter license or something similar, and this process can take anywhere from a few months to a couple of years, and it would also cost millions of dollars in funding and legal fees. So basically, it would make things a lot harder, right? Especially for new wallets that are coming out, like the Rider One hardware wallet. This would probably make it impossible for them to launch their app, at least on the Google Play Store. Jack, who was the creator of Twitter and who's known in the Bitcoin community, basically responded to the news on that day and just said it was terrible, which Google actually replied to and said, "Thanks for flagging this. Non-custodial wallets are not in the scope of Google Play's cryptocurrency exchanges and software wallets policy," and they're updating the Help Center to make this clear. So basically what Google said there is this only applies to custodial wallets, which is really just crypto exchanges, not non-custodial wallets. And then they came out with an official announcement, again confirming that it was just custodial wallets, and non-custodial wallets were exempt from the crypto app ban in the Play Store. Now, if you don't know what the difference between custodial and non-custodial wallets, custodial wallets are basically any centralized crypto exchange, all the popular ones like Coinbase, Kraken, Uphold, Robinhood, Binance. Gemini, Crypto.com. Those are all examples of custodial wallets, but all those ones that I just mentioned are ones that are playing by the rules, so they're not going to be included in the ban, which is happening late October. Now, wallets that are completely exempt from this ban are all non-custodial wallets. So that includes both hot wallets and hardware wallets, Tangem, Ledger, MetaMask, Trust Wallet, Trezor, OneKey. All those wallets are not affected by this. And the reason that non-custodial wallets or hardware wallets are exempt are because they don't actually hold any funds. They don't hold any crypto. The only thing cold wallets hold are the keys to your crypto. And they're not money transmitters. So although you can use a cold wallet to facilitate a transaction, they're not actually processing any payments. And ultimately, you can't ban the blockchain, which is the technology that all these wallets run on, basically. But I was curious what would happen if they did ban non-custodial wallets. So I kind of came up with like some theories or some potential outcomes if that were to happen. It would obviously raise the barrier to entry, like as if cold wallets aren't already difficult enough to get started in, especially if you've never used one. So it would raise the barrier to entry even more because you wouldn't be able to just download the app from the website or from the app store. Also, it would discourage people from securing their own crypto and becoming their own bank. But it could also, on the flip side, accelerate the adoption of decentralized apps, which are apps that can't be controlled or shut down because they're maintained across a decentralized network, across multiple computers, not just one centralized entity or server. Also, if cold wallet apps were banned, it would probably push users to use less secure download alternatives, like downloading apps from websites, which would make it easier for scammers to trick users into visiting fake websites and downloading fake apps or malicious apps that maybe have malware in it. Ultimately, no non-custodial wallets or cold wallets are affected by this ban, so you have nothing to worry about if you're using a Tangem or Ledger, Trezor, Cold Card, Keystone, OneKey, EliPal. All these different wallets are not affected by Google Play's crypto wallet ban. That said, I think this is extremely bullish for cold wallets because they could even ban cold wallets if they wanted to. Even if they weren't available on the App Store, the apps, then we would just download them elsewhere. So yeah, they didn't even want to try it, and there's really no reason to ban cold wallet apps. And the good thing about cold wallets is that you remain in full control of your crypto, whereas the centralized exchanges who are potentially affected by this ban, they're the ones that ultimately control your crypto. They hold your funds, and that's why they're subject to things like anti-money laundering and know your customer and reporting suspicious activity reports and things like that. So yeah, cold wallets is just like a no-brainer at this point. That said, today is Labor Day. We should be expecting more sales from different wallet companies, but one of my favorite wallets right now, which is the wallet that I recommend, for sure to beginners who are just getting into, whether you're just getting into crypto or you're looking to get your own cold wallet and become your own bank, Tangem is by far the most beginner friendly. This is the one that I recommend to my family who's just getting into crypto and some of my friends. And this is the wallet that I use the most often out of my cold wallets. And literally the only thing you need to use it is the Tangem card and your phone. And you just scan it like that, super easy. And yeah, the Tangem wallet also supports a ton of different cryptocurrency networks. So it doesn't matter if you hold Bitcoin, Ethereum, XRP, Solana, XLM, all these different things. Tangem is the wallet that you want if you're new to crypto. It's super easy to use. If you can microwave a Hot Pocket, you can use a Tangem wallet. And again, they are having their Labor Day sale today until September 7th. And as you can see on screen, also scrolling across the bottom of the screen here, if you go to tangem.com and then you just tap Get Wallet, you enter 2 codes down in the promo code section. Enter code CyberSkrilla. That'll get you 10% off. and enter code Labor Day for another 10% off. And then if you get multiple wallets, or you get maybe the Tangem wallet ring, which would put your order over $89, you get free shipping as well. So yeah, that is what's going on with the crypto wallet ban. And you are watching the Crypto Hotline, the one and only crypto hotline in the entire world that I'm aware of. So I'm answering questions live as they roll in. Thank you everyone for being here and joining the hotline chat. We currently everything is red. ETH is down 4%. Solana is down almost 5%. XRP is down 3%. ADA is down. I think Bitcoin was the only thing that was up today, but it's just part of the game, right? It's just how it goes. Alrighty, let's get back to some of the chats here. Crypto Guy says, all my crypto is on my Tangem wallet. That's a smart move, in my opinion. Better than having it all on an exchange. Crypto Guy also asks if there's anything wrong with Nano Ledger. No, there's not. Yeah, all Ledger wallets are still secure and still working even with this ban. James Hawthorne says, I'm new to crypto and have some XRP. What cold wallet would you suggest for a beginner? James, again, Tangem is by far the best cold wallet for beginners, especially for you, being that you have XRP. This wallet does support XRP. I do have a link in the description of this live stream to the Tangem wallet that'll automatically apply the Cyberskrilla discount code. There's also a link to my review in the description if you want to learn more about this wallet. And I have an entire Tangem wallet playlist on my channel that will literally turn you into a pro when it comes to using this wallet. But right now with the 20% discount, you can get a pack of 2 cards for $43. In my opinion, more than worth the investment to secure your XRP. And again, if you can microwave a Hot Pocket, which does take a little bit of skill, you could definitely use the Tangem wallet. The Crypto Guy says the safest place to store your crypto is probably on Uphold or Coinbase. Absolutely not. I don't know if you're kidding, but that's probably the worst place you could store your crypto, especially Coinbase. They are notorious for freezing funds and locking accounts. It's happened to me, it's happened to my friend, and it's happened to people who have hundreds of thousands of dollars in their accounts. Get your crypto off exchanges. They're not meant to store crypto. They're meant to buy, sell, trade crypto. They're not meant as a way to store your crypto. Journey says, if you're holding crypto for the long run, I don't see using a Visa Tangem card to spend any of my crypto. And would that have tax charges just like cashing out earnings? Yeah, I mean, if you're just holding crypto to hold it, like, that's kind of the thing, is like, I feel like a lot of people aren't to the point where they're ready to spend their crypto. They're hoping to hold on to their crypto to make more money. And yeah, as it stands today, in the US at least, if you buy a product with your crypto, you're actually taxed, not just on the product that you buy, depending on where you live, but you're also going to be charged, if you spent that crypto and you were in profit, you would actually be have to pay a capital gains tax on it. So yeah, it's a lot of things to be worked out. James says Tangem then. Okay, yes, Tangem. Definitely let me know if you have any questions. But again, my channel has a Tangem playlist. Ton of information on there. You'll literally learn everything you need to know about the wallet. But again, as long as you have an iOS or Android mobile device with full NFC support, which most modern day phones have, then you'll be able to use the Tangem wallet. Joey420 says, is it true setting up a Tangem wallet with a seed option makes it a warm wallet due to the seed being exposed on your mobile device during the process? I think warm wallet is kind of just like a made up term, but I don't agree with this view, because the difference between a hot wallet and a cold wallet is a hot wallet stores the keys online on your internet connected device in the software, whereas a cold wallet stores the keys offline on a physical device in a secure environment, which Tangem still does. Even when you generate the seed phrase in the Tangem app, it's only briefly displayed in the app. It's not stored in the app or on your phone anywhere. It's displayed just long enough so you can write it down. And then once you pass that step, it's completely erased and transferred to the secure element chip on the Tangem card. Also, the Tangem app has a bunch of security features in place. For example, I have a video on this, but like you could try screen recording the app while the seed phrase is displayed. And when you go and play back that video, the screen is actually blank. So that's just one example of the security features that they have incorporated in the app. So I don't think it's a risk. I think what's most important when generating your seed phrase with your Tangem wallet is that you're using the official Tangem app, which is like no brainer, and also that you're doing it in the privacy of your own home, or somewhere where there's not like cameras looking over your shoulder, which is the case for any wallet. Diego says, has Tangem ever been hacked or attacked? Tangem has never been hacked or attacked. They've produced 4 million cards since 2017. Not a single one has been compromised. There was a bug earlier this year where under very specific, under very specific scenarios, if you reached out to customer support using the Tangem app, there's a customer support button. If you requested support using the Tangem app, there was one day where it was sending the private key to Tangem's customer support. This affected less than 1% of users because not a lot of people were using the customer support button. And it was fixed the exact same day. And no one lost money as a result of that compromise. They also put out like a message saying basically, what to do if it happened to you, just to make sure you were secure. But no, there's never been an actual like hack of the Tangem wallet. Cause says, I have one Tangem wallet now. Do you suggest using another Tangem or get another brand to divide up crypto? It really depends on what you want to do. Like if you enjoy using Tangem wallet and you're comfortable with it, I think just getting another one and creating a new seed phrase with it isn't a bad idea. You can use the same Tangem app to do that, so you don't have to like get a new phone or anything. You can manage dozens of Tangem wallets in the same Tangem app. So that's one option. I personally own 7 different sets of Tangem wallets. But if you do want to try something new, then you could definitely go with a different brand, something like Ledger, which also works with mobile and desktop devices. It kind of just depends on your personal preference. Diego says, glad I found you. I learned a lot these last few weeks. Thanks to you. Awesome. Happy to hear that, Diego. Andrea C says, hi, mate. Love your content. Just about to get Tangem for the kids. It's the safest and easiest form of cold storage. Yeah, that's super cool. And the funny thing is I actually hear that a lot. I never hear people say like, oh, I'm getting a Keystone wallet or a Trezor wallet for my kids. It's always, I'm getting a Tangem wallet and I'm setting it up or showing my kids how to set it up, and I'm getting them some crypto. And that is because like where hardware wallets are today, I think Tangem is the closest thing to the future of hardware wallets, because especially like kids nowadays, and even someone my age, like we're very familiar with how phones work, and literally the only thing you need to use a Tangem wallet is your phone. So it just makes sense. And not just the youngins, but like I've had, I'd say over 10 70 plus year old subscribers have commented that, well, they're over 70 years old and they set up and use Tangem wallets successfully, which is like, yeah, it's huge. It's huge. So Crypto Guy says he was kidding about his Coinbase comment. Thank God, I thought you were serious. But yeah, you got me on that one. Owl says, what about hot wallets like Slush, Flare, and Kraken Poor Decision? Yes, that is not where you want to store your crypto, Owl. But also, Kraken is not a hot wallet. Kraken is a custodial wallet, which is even worse because you don't own or control your crypto. The exchange owns the keys. So Kraken is a crypto exchange. It's a custodial wallet where you don't actually control your crypto. Whereas like something like Soulflare, it is a self-custodial wallet, so you own the keys, but those keys are stored in the software on your internet-connected device, which is prone to malware and various hacks. So Owl, if your goal is to secure your crypto and be your own bank, then yes, you want a cold wallet. You don't want to use any of those options. Crypto Guy says, where can I get a Tangem baseball cap like you're wearing? They sent me this, I think, like last year after a conference they had. I think is I don't remember where it was, but basically they had a leftover hat and shirt, and they just sent it to me. I'm definitely going to see if they have any swag that I can give away here on the live streams. So yeah, stay tuned. James says he just ordered 2 Tangem wallets. Awesome. And I'm glad you were able to take advantage of the 20% discount, because that's usually one of the best deals Tangem runs is 20% off. So I'm glad you're able to take advantage of that. And definitely, again, James, make sure to check out the Tangem wallet playlist on my channel. That should really help set you up and get you ready for using the Tangem wallet. Mike says passphrase or no passphrase. If you're asking whether or not to use a passphrase, Mike, I think if you understand how to use a passphrase, absolutely use it. One of the best security features in the entire crypto wallet industry, in my opinion. And basically all cold wallets offer this feature, including Tangem. So if you understand, what the passphrase entails, how to use it, I say go for it. Andrea C said, just got 20% off. Thanks from Australia. Hope you're doing well. Awesome. Thank you for your support. And I'm glad that you got that nice discount. Crypto Guy says, when I first got into crypto, I was buying crypto on the Cash App. Is that a safe place to buy crypto? I think any like legit platform like the Cash App or, like that is somewhat safe. I mean, right? Because they're in business and they are regulated. So in that sense, it's safe. So I don't think it's like terrible to buy crypto there, but that's not I would never keep my crypto on Cash App or anything like that. That Spawn says, how do you like the Tangem Ring? I like the Tangem Ring a lot. It's definitely by far the best cold wallet for traveling, or if you just live an active lifestyle. And I've had no problems with my Tangem Ring. It's definitely the most discreet cold wallet on the market as well. It's also the most durable next to, the Tangem card itself. But yeah, I mean, I actually recommend the Tangem Ring if you like wearing rings and you want to secure your crypto and you want to do it discreetly. Crypto Guy says, what about the Phantom Wallet where you can buy Solana meme coins? I use Phantom Wallet, but again, it's a hot wallet, so I don't store my crypto there. I use Phantom to buy like Solana meme coins, and then I transfer those coins to my cold wallet for safekeeping. But any hot wallet, I'm not keeping any crypto there. Any crypto exchange, I'm not keeping crypto there. I'm simply using them as ways to buy and sell crypto. Owl says, from a security perspective, perhaps also not a good idea to advertise you crypto, i.e. walk-in bank. Yeah, for sure. I mean, if you own crypto, definitely don't go around telling people you own crypto. Definitely. The Badman OG says, is Exodus Wallet any good? Exodus Wallet is fine for trading or buying NFTs or whatever you do with your crypto, but it is a hot wallet, so that's not a place I would ever store my crypto, Badman. The only place I store my crypto is on a cold wallet like Tangem or a Ledger or whatever it is. Same with exchanges. I don't keep my crypto on exchanges. I only store my crypto in cold wallets. That's just my belief. That's what I stick to. Renata Bouge says, how do I get the discount? Please, I'm in Australia. All you have to do is go to tangem.com. And then here, I can bring this up. And then you'll just tap Get Tangem, and then you can go. If you scroll to the bottom of the screen, it says enter your code, and you enter the 2 codes which are scrolling across the bottom of this stream right now. Enter the code Cyberskrilla, tap apply, then enter the code Labor Day, tap apply. That'll get you 20% off your order. And yeah, it's that simple. Just enter those 2 codes in the promo code section, and you get the discount. And that's on Tangem.com. And again, if you just get like the 2-pack of cards, it's only $43 right now with the 20% off. So good deal. Ren says, just got mine last week at full price with the ring. That's okay. I mean, discounts are great, but I think the important thing is, actually, Ren, you should, I don't know if you're new to the channel, but you should always know that my discount code will always get you a discount no matter what day of the year it is. My code Cyberskrilla always gets 10% off. That's a permanent thing. It's not, a temporary thing. And that goes for most wallet companies. Also have links for a lot of wallets that get you deals. But yeah, always try to enter my code Cyberskrilla if you're buying a wallet, and you'll probably get some kind of discount on any cold wallet. But the important thing, Ren, is that you got a cold wallet, not that you missed out on a discount. The important thing is that you're securing your crypto. You're going to be your own bank, and I think that's well worth the money. Journey said, I have passphrase and seed words on my Tangem thanks to you. I watched the Tangem videos you posted. Super happy to hear that, and it sounds like you're doing everything right. Crypto Guy says, thank you for all your great content. Thank you, Crypto Guy, for showing up in the live stream. The Bad Man says, thank you, you're welcome. Rasul says, when we contact Tangem support, lots of wallet info and coin information pop up automatically in the email. Is it safe, or should we delete them? Honestly, if you want help with something, like specific to a transaction or your specific wallet, they're going to need that information. But to be clear, all of that information is public information that's available on the blockchain, whether you send it to them or not. But specifically, if you want help, that's just information you want to include. If you're just asking a general question to Tangem support, then you don't need to include that information. Brian says, just ordered my Ramen Cat Tangem wallet 20% off. Thank you. Awesome. Yeah, they have different designs, and Ramen Cat is one of them. And I'm glad that the discounts apply to all the designs, not just, the normal one. Omar Vlog says, can I buy and hold both Bitcoin ETF and Bitcoin? If you want to, that's up to you, but you can definitely do that. Owl says, Tangem hat. Personally, I love to walk around with a U crypto bro with the B, Bitcoin B, but I probably get robbed. I appreciate the info. Going to spend more time looking. I don't think, it just really depends on where you live, but I don't think wearing something like now I'm not recommending you do, but I don't think wearing something like a Tangem wallet hat instantly makes you a target. To the masses, like, no one knows what Tangem is. Even like in my own family, people aren't into crypto. They have no idea what this hat is. They usually ask me what it's about. But something like, yeah, you crypto bro maybe would be more obvious. Renata says, I just started watching you and really appreciate your information and teaching. Awesome. Glad to have you here on the channel, and I appreciate you watching. And thank you for the kind words. Appreciate you. Owl says, on a separate question, I've heard of multi-signature services. Does Tangem offer this? Tangem doesn't offer this. Most cold wallets don't offer multi-sig natively. That's something you'd have to use basically an external platform for. But honestly, I think multi-signature setups are just a way to overcomplicate your operational security. I don't think it's necessary to secure your crypto. And it can actually become a risk. And one example of this was the recent Bybit hack, where the CEO was using a Ledger wallet, but he had connected it to a multi-sig service, which is a centralized service, and the user interface was compromised. So he ended up sending the crypto to the scammers, $1.5 billion worth of crypto to be exact. So multi-sig is not something I recommend to most people, and I don't think it's necessary to secure your crypto. I think just getting a reputable cold wallet. And if you want to really up your security, obviously use a 24-word seed phrase. And then an extra step would be to set up your wallet with a passphrase, aka hidden wallet. Do that, and you're going to be golden. Harsey Cool says, hello, I love your videos. Thank you so much, and I appreciate you being here. Vegas for 21A says, I appreciate the videos you put out. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Renata says, how do you compare Tangem to Trezor Wallet? Two completely different wallets. Tangem is a mobile-only wallet, so it only works with iOS and Android mobile devices with full NFC support. Definitely the most user-friendly wallet on the market. It's the one that I recommend to all beginners. Whereas Trezor is mainly a desktop-only wallet. You can use it with Android, but it is mainly meant to be used on desktop devices. Also, Tangem supports a lot more coins and blockchain networks than Trezor. But still, Tangem, Trezor, and Ledger are my top 3 wallet brands for sure. So, yeah. It kind of just depends on what you're looking for. When I choose a cold wallet, the first thing I consider is, does it support the coins that I want to secure with it? If it doesn't, you can instantly rule that wallet out because you can't use it. And then the second thing you want to consider is compatibility. Do you want to use it with your mobile device like your phone, or do you want to use it with your computer? Maybe both. Once you answer those 2 questions, you can really start to pick the wallet that's right for you. Owl says, makes sense regarding the multi-sig, especially since they don't have that much money and the multi-sig service is probably expensive and complex. I'd probably do that if I were in the millions. Seriously, appreciate the info. Yeah, I don't even know if a lot of the multi-sig services offer, or I don't know if they necessarily charge like a fee, because a lot of it is decentralized. But yeah, I just don't think it's necessary for like 99% of crypto holders. And especially if you know how to use your crypto wallet or your cold wallet the right way, it's just not necessary. Badman OG asked, is Tangem getting banned? No, it's not. No cold wallet can be banned. So. Alan Bass says, which hardware wallet best supports ETN? I don't know. Let me check. So Alan Bed, looks like Ledger Wallet supports ETN. You just have to connect your Ledger Wallet to something like MetaMask, and you can manage it that way. So I would say something like the Ledger Nano S Plus, or even the Ledger Nano X, which is this wallet in my hand. Let me bring this up here. This is a Ledger Nano X. If you want to learn more about Ledger wallets, there is a link in the description of this live stream where you get $10 worth of free Bitcoin when you buy a Ledger wallet. But also, if you click that link, it'll bring you to Ledger's website, and you can look at their wallets there. All of them will support ETN. So that would probably be my wallet of choice. Meditation Asset said, keep up the good work. Thank you, thank you. Renata says, where are you based? I am in the US. Alan Beth says, thank you very much. You are very welcome. All right. Well, if you're just tuning in, this is the crypto hotline, the one and only crypto hotline in the entire world, where I take questions live and I do my best to answer them if I know the answer. If not, I tell you I don't know. This is the official first crypto hotline episode. I plan to do this every week, answering all of your questions live on the air. That said, we've been going at this for 4 hours, and it's time to end it. So I just want to say thank you to everyone who joined the live stream. Thank you for all of your good questions. And we're out of here.